And good morning, dear gentlemen and women, of course, ladies. So let's begin today's talks also. I do hope we will enjoy today's talks. And I'm very grateful to announce our first speaker from Poland, the University of Białystok, Joanna Zercunowicz. The topic is about informal proverb introduces in Polish, a linguocultural analysis. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the introduction. And before I start, let me thank the organizers, all people involved, Marinella and Rui, and all those who helped and contribute to the organization of this wonderful event. I feel really privileged to be here with you, and I've been enjoying all the time so far, and I'm sure we are really happy to be here and see our proverbial family growing and growing with old friends and new friends, so it's really a great time. Once again, thank you for all efforts to those who contributed to the organization. For today's talk, I chose the subject of informal proverb introducers. I will be talking about the Polish language. I will provide translations for the example, of course, and I would like to focus on the linguocultural aspects. I work at the University of Białystok. You can see this grayish big building here. It used to be the old Communist Party home, so we've got lots of jokes about it, about spirits wandering along corridors. One interesting thing about my city is that it used to be a private town, so it was a summer residence of a rich man centuries ago. You can see this yellowish building with a beautiful garden. It was the summer residence. So as for my presentation, I will be talking about the theoretical background, of course, briefly, of proverb introducers. Then I would like to present 3 case studies of selected informal proverb introducers in Polish, and it will be finished with some conclusions. So as for aims, methodology, and research material, the aim is to analyze selected informal proverb introducers. I will define briefly what I mean in a moment by informal proverb introducers. As for methodology, as I said before, it will be case studies of 3 items. The first one is, jak mówi stare chińskie przysłowie, as the old Chinese proverb says. Not necessarily Chinese that is introduced, of course, but anyway. Jak mawiają starzy górale, as all Highlanders say. Jak mówi stare przysłowie pszczół, as an old proverb of bees says. The main research questions are, how are these units used in discourse, and what kind of expressions do they really introduce, being so informal? Research material has been extracted from various websites. For me, it's a new subject, and I'm just starting to work on it. So I use the Google browser, just the Google browser, to produce the results, and I took the first 30 results and analyzed them from this perspective. It is in line with Jean-Pierre Colson's work, the websites as a corpus. So as for proverb introducer, also in literature you can see other terms like marker, tag, or introductory formula. So they are metalinguistic tags, words and phrases used by speakers to signal that they would like to use a proverb or something that in their opinion might be considered a proverb, or not necessarily a proverb, as we will see in a moment, or that they have just used this proverb, so it can also follow this item. English examples, according to the proverb, as the old saying goes, they say. As I mentioned before, it can precede or follow the proverb. Sometimes even it's inserted in the middle of a proverb text. As for selected references, I'm very happy to mention the work of Professor Cermak. It has already been mentioned before. I think yesterday some people talked about this work, very important work. One of the works contributed by my colleague and friend from Białystok, Proverb Introducers in a Cross-Linguistic and Cross-Cultural Perspective, a contrastive study of English and Polish texts used to introduce proverbs, and Jorge Leiva, metatextual indicators and phraseological units in the multimodal corpus. And also a recent work, I would like to draw your attention to it. It's really interesting, at least it seems to me that it's worth reading. Łukasz Grabowski and Piotr Pięzik, Marking and Breaking Phraseology in English and Polish. There are some novel ideas, so it's really worth reading it. There are not so many works on informal introducers, and in general, they somehow fall out of scope of studies, which can be explained in a very simple way. It's more, let's say, useful from the perspective of practical application to study the dominant items in language from lexicographic perspective, translational perspective, foreign language teaching, mother tongue teaching, etc. On the other hand, I think that these informal introducers are also worth analyzing. So if we, I'm sure you are well familiar with Professor Cermak's study. He studied English and French proverb introducers, and he classified them into 4 broad classes like nouns, verbs, phrases, and others, right? So he also drew attention to the fact that some of them show higher frequency, others are less frequent, especially these most extended introducers. The word proverb in English, according to Cermak's study, has a marginal frequency itself, okay, which is also quite interesting. If you think about English, proverbs are rather rarely labeled as such, and these metalinguistic tags do not usually contain the word proverb. But, for example, old saying, goes, or you know what they say. So it is kind of periphrastic phrase. So according to Cermak, language users are not able to assign proper labels to the forms they use, and they purposefully avoid the word for a reason impossible to specify, which also happens. Actually, if we think about the Polish language, in Polish metalinguistic nominal items are much more common than in English, according to the study conducted by Rozumko, 2011. A corpus-based study allowed for listing the ones that are most frequent, and in this material only one informal introducer was mentioned. Jak mówią starzy górale, as all Highlanders say, and it appeared in the whole corpus only once. So you can imagine that it's not really impressive if you think about the results. On the other hand, these items, also yesterday there was a reference that was made to Peter Grzybek's work, Familiarity versus Frequency. I would say that they are quite familiar but not very frequent in corpus because they predominantly appear in spoken Polish. So again, Rozumko analyzed the items which were present in the corpus, so you can read the translations as the proverb says, according to the proverbs, according to the old saying, and so on. But on the other hand, apart from the aforementioned introducers, which I would say are to be expected in many different languages, if you think about your language, most possibly you identified similar phrases, don't you think so? How about your languages? Something similar? Yeah, more or less, we can expect people say, maybe it will be they say, or something like that in this style, most possibly. So, if we think about introducers and creativity, this homo ludens concept, a person who's playing, who's enjoying using the language in a creative way, we go beyond that. So we can offer not only as they say, but also we can invent some jocular, funny, really informal expressions that might function in the same way as the aforementioned items. So definitely we go a bit beyond that. So such units will perform the ludic function. They will exhibit creativity. They will be stylistically marked as jocular and definitely informal. They are not likely to appear in formal speech or formal text, and they are likely to introduce humor. So the first item that I chose for the analysis is about the old Chinese proverbs. So the status is twofold. First of all, it can be used with a real reference to a Chinese saying or proverb. Definitely yes. But on the other hand, it can function in, let's say, more figurative way that this Chinese proverb is not Chinese and maybe it's not even a proverb. So the question is, from a linguocultural perspective, why Chinese? Why not, for example, I don't know, Korean or Asian? Well, definitely it has to do with the linguistic picture of the world and how China and the Chinese is perceived. So Chinese culture is automatically associated with being ancient, well-developed, pioneering in different spheres. Very often, if we think about invention, we can somehow trace it back to China, yes, many centuries ago. Old Chinese wisdom as part of Poe's collective memory, definitely. It is shared knowledge. The Chinese are related to philosophy, medicine, various inventions. And the picture of the Chinese wise man, an image reinforced by various texts on culture, books, films, and of course, memes. So proverbs are a proper vehicle for verbalizing Chinese old knowledge. The ethnicity and the age factor work as enhancers of credibility of the introduced statements. So please have a look here. We've got not really this introducer, but we've got a Chinese wise man who once said something about women. And it's a very interesting example because here we have this given in the Chinese characters, so most possibly not many people can read it. So also it symbolizes what the Chinese wisdom tells us about women. So this introducer can function to introduce a proverb or proverb-like construction. For instance, here we've got an example. The old Chinese proverb says that a man is like a tree. A few axes blows and he falls. Of course, it is not a proverb that can be traced back to any collection of proverbs, but I hope you will agree with me, it looks like a proverb. Relatively short, with some imagery, so we can say that, it looks like a proverb. Then we've got references, which are both verbal and pictorial. So this tag from a multimodal perspective is constructed by two layers. So definitely the text and the picture, because who can we see? We can see a Chinese wise man. So an old Chinese proverb says, if you have turned off the alarm clock, don't close your eyes. How true, isn't it? Especially early morning. So if we think about neo-proverbs, there is a category which is kind of popular in different internet memes. For example, stare przysłowie mówi, że jeśli nie wiesz, co powiedzieć, to powiedz stare chińskie przysłowie. An old Chinese proverb says, if you don't know what to say, use an old Chinese proverb. So you can see here that this started to, because I also analyzed the usage of, if you don't know what to say, use an old Chinese proverb, the Chinese proverb says. It functions quite well, and it has a good chance to become something like a proverb, if not a proverb. Then we've got neo-proverb with multimodal reference again, verbal and pictorial tag. An old Chinese proverb says, it's better with a wise man on foot than with a stupid one in Toyota. Then we've got, I hope you don't mind, it shows that it really is well attested in different artifacts. So it's quite, maybe not a very elegant example, but anyway, it shows quite a lot how this unit functions. If it's included on different artifacts, we can also say that it is well spread. So then we've got proverb-like construction with multimodal reference, which is very interesting because actually this introducer is not given here in the verbal form, as you can see. But we've got the picture, and the image works as the introducer in some way. So if we analyze it from a multimodal perspective, definitely the picture refers us to, as the old Chinese proverb says or goes, so immediately we associate this and the relation is established. So you can see quarreling with a woman is like putting out a fire with petrol. A man trips over a molehill, not over the mountain. So basically, they look like proverbs. They are not proverbs which are classified in any Polish collections. But also, as I said before, these introducers can introduce different things than neo-proverbs, modified proverbs, or proverbs. For instance, here we've got a short text. An old Chinese proverb says, marry someone who cooks well, beauty passes, hunger never does. So you can see that this kind of short folklore form, we can say. And now let me go on to the discussion of the second item, jak mawiają starzy górale. Here you can see the national costumes, people living in the mountainous region of Poland in the south. So here we've got several variants, as Highlanders say, as Old Highlanders say, as the oldest Highlanders say, and even ancient Highlanders, which is not a proper collocation in Polish, but anyway, it occurred most possibly because of the paronymic character of the words. So, as Old Highlanders say, is the dominant form. And why Highlanders? Definitely, Highlanders distinguish themselves by their culture. They are proud of it. They continue with the tradition. They really take care of costumes, music, and so on. My region doesn't, sorry to say. We, of course, have some music groups, etc., but absolutely it is not to be compared even. So they are absolutely conspicuous on the map of Poland. I know there are some Polish people. I hope you will agree with me that they are really well visible on the folklore map. Somehow it really works this way. They are also distinguished by the way they speak, etc., etc. So they are well conspicuous. Old Highlanders, viewed as wise, as experienced people, definitely life in the mountains has always been considered to be hard. So this wisdom, life wisdom, is attributed to them, as well as the factor that works here is the advanced age. These old people who are always experienced, they have seen a lot of things in their life, they are really wise. Everyday problems shape their mentality and most possibly, as I said before, contribute to this image. So they comment on situations by means of witty sayings. We've got also jokes about Highlanders. Then the word appears, baca. It's a special word for a person that takes care of flocks of sheep. So, as I mentioned, this group is conspicuous. And here we do not have so many memes that are attested, but this item is mostly used in text. So, for example, here you can see, hell is indeed paved with good intentions, the day was passing with no action undertaken, because as all Highlanders say, if you want to make God laugh, show him your plans. Also, there are sayings which are introduced. As all Highlanders say, season, and season's over. Very often we use it about Christmas, and Christmas is over. So here it's season, and season's over. Then another example, which is proverb-like construction. It's also in the material, it was attested in this folk pronunciation, and it's quite hard to translate, but definitely it's marked, stylistically marked. And we've got another example. Jak mawiają starzy górale, nikt nie mówił, że będzie łatwo. As all Highlanders say, nobody said it would be easy. And here you've got again example that it's reference with some idioms about this black sheep. Yeah, so it's not really a proverb, but still idiomatic figurative language. And what is quite interesting, also this item was used to introduce a collocation. So still fixed expression, but no proverb, no saying. As Highlanders say, on a huge public demand at 5 Mysza and 61 Mokotowska, real price frenzy. And it is used also with this borrowing from English, which is a little bit surprising, the whole construction. So most possibly it is also because of stylistic reason, just to liven it up a bit. And here you've got another example which is quite interesting because it's introducing a statement of no proverbial character. So it is a recipe for podhale roast fish. As all these Highlanders say, the fish prepared in this way will become the hit of your festive table. And here definitely it is to corroborate that this recipe is the best one and you really should use it, and success is guaranteed because even these oldest Highlanders say. So it is the persuasive load most possibly that determined the usage in this context. So now let's go on to the last example. It is Stare przysłowie pszczół mówi, an old proverb of bees says. I guess that some of you are well familiar with the picture from the cartoon. Do you know this cartoon? Yeah, Maya. Yeah. Absolutely. It was quite popular, I think, in different countries. There were different versions. In Poland, the man who sang the song that was, that was played at the very beginning, he was said to hate this song because when there was a concert, everybody shouted Maya, Maya, or when he was walking along the street, also people shouted Bee or Maya. So it was a very good musician, really professional, absolutely professional, good musician, but Maya somehow, haunted him all his life. So this is, as you know, the character from children's cartoon about the bees and other creatures. Of course, it's this Japanese, German, Austrian production. Maya was an intelligent, bright, if you remember, very observant, a bit rebellious character. And Gucio, in Polish, her friend, was trustworthy, helpful, and very often used this phrase, as the old proverb of bees says, especially when Maya wanted to do something which was not really reasonable or a bit risky. From a broad cultural perspective, bees are perceived as particularly intelligent insects. In the Polish culture, they have a very positive image. They produce honey, etc. And what is very interesting, kind of curiosity maybe, I don't know how it works in your languages, but in Polish we say pszczoła umiera, so a bee dies, yeah, like people. We have a different verb, and it is used about bees and about people, yeah. And now if we have a look at this tag, again, it is used mostly in text, and you can see here this verbal tag. What has the title struck you? Yes, good, it was meant to. As the old proverb of bees goes, the further in the wood, the more trees. Again, you've got this verbal tag, so it is quite interesting because here it's used in a text about insects. So also there is kind of wordplay because this old proverb of bees and the whole text is about insects. But also, again, like in the case of the other examples, it can introduce something like proverb, neo-proverb. If you don't know what to do, read the instruction. Yeah, so in technical text, very often you find this kind of item. Then we've got here an interesting example. It's introducing a quotation, and it's a verbal tag with a clarifying amplification, an old proverb of bees, and in fact, Sir Winston Churchill says, even if you want to tell your enemy that you want to kill him, you can do it in an elegant way. So also it can introduce a modified proverb, as I mentioned before. There are some modified proverbs. So an old proverb of bees says, who gets up in the morning gets the sunrise. And it can be, again, a verbal tag, but it's an interesting example because it really resembles a proverb. Bez garnka nie zrobi zupy kucharka. A cook will not make soup without a pot. It's a kind of rhyming expression, so there is rhyme and rhythm. So it resembles proverb in this way. It's witty, it's short, and also these are these factors of complication at the sound level that make them look like a proverb. And here we go to special uses, a title of competition. In the analyzed material, this phrase was used as a title of competition, and it was a competition for children about the knowledge of Proverbs. And it was the main prize was this character, this Maya's friend Gucio's diploma. So, you know, it's kind of nice way of combining this into the text about the competition concerning the knowledge of Proverbs among kids. So how about conclusions? Definitely informal proverb introducers can come from different domains. They tend to be used across realizations of various genres, including conversations, written informal text, and internet memes. The nominal function definitely is to signal a proverb, modified proverb, or proverb-like statement. Yet these items can be used for a variety of other purposes, as the material shows clearly, sometimes as markers of novelty, just a stylistic element, or a statement that reinforces the truth value of what was presented. The units in question definitely introduce a sense of humor because of these references, extra-linguistic references, like the one to the cartoon, etc. They exhibit different properties. For instance, the first one, jak mówi stare chińskie przysłowie, this Chinese proverb, it is evidence to be given either in verbal form or implied by image or both. Whereas the other two tend to be given verbally, even though they do have some potential to be used in this multimodal world, somehow it doesn't work this way. Definitely, they can introduce all kinds of phrasemes, including winding-quents and direct English borrowings, even as attested by the material. The units in question can be used with completely different functions. With all these limitations, the preliminary study shows that there is still room for further research. Definitely, these are just 3 items. There are some more. I wouldn't expect to find many more, because if we think about, the fixed character, I don't count as these introducers occasional formations, constructions that somebody built ad hoc for this purpose to introduce some saying. I think it would be very interesting to go deeper and analyze the context of occurrence for a detailed lexicographic descriptions. These units are not included in the Great Dictionary of the Polish Language or phraseological dictionaries. In Poland, usually we call them phraseological dictionaries, not dictionaries of idiom as it is accepted in American tradition or British tradition. Comparative studies will allow for qualitative and quantitative differences in informal proverb introducers. Think about your languages. What kind of informal, humorous introducers can you find? From which domain they come, etc. And definitely it would bring very interesting result if we compared these humorous introducers from different languages. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Very interesting topic. And as in my language, in Uzbek, they say like the old people say, like in Uzbek, it's here like that. Eskiler aytadi ki. The proverb is the beauty of this of speaking. Maqal so'z ko'rkka. So we have also 2 or 3 minutes to have several questions. If you want, please. Damian was the first, please.
Thank you very much, Joanna. So my question is, what do you think, in terms of function, about the notion of commitment? Do you think these introducers maybe are a means for the speaker to evade commitment or engagement, or is it also a way to convince the audience a bit more?
I think it goes about persuasive load very often. And often I think if you think about internet memes in particular, there is kind of a series automatically, reproduced. It becomes kind of, pattern. Yeah. So also we can expect a number of items which will appear in a series. So I'm not sure if I understood your question, if I answered you. Yeah. So I think it mostly goes about the persuasive load. But in the case of memes, it works in this, series.
Okay, please.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Just a question about that source of the wisdom, Polish address, or just look as a source for Chinese bees. And what about a direct ancestors line? Let's say, jak moja babcia mówiła, jak mój dziadek powiedział, as my grandma or grandpa said. Do you use that?
Yeah, we use them, definitely. They appear in different texts, but they are not as frequent. I can explain in a very simple way. There was a study conducted by Spila quite a few years ago. He wanted to analyze how many proverbs people are able to use nowadays. He questioned students, okay? And it turned out that not so many people are able to use proverbs, which was to be expected, we can say. It's around not even 40, I would say. So basically, if you think about people using these items in everyday speech, they are not that frequent. So they would be, I think, frequent like moja babcia mówiła, when you think about everyday conversations, most possibly. And if they don't use them, these items function. Of course, you can trace them without any problems. They are used in written text, for example, in novels. It would be, I think, relatively frequent in characters, dialogues. You can expect them there. But I wouldn't say that nowadays they are very, very frequent, which is related to the use of proverbs.
In fact, I checked now, Google, and it gave me plenty of results related to proverbs. And for me, it looks like it's quite obvious because we know that wisdom was conveyed usually by the spoken conversation and usually in our ancestor line. So I would expect that, okay, maybe not in every culture, but most probably yes.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, like oral tradition from one generation to another. But in general, if you think about spoken Polish, you don't hear it that often. Because you don't hear proverbs that often. I think it's related. Yeah, definitely. You can find lots of examples. Also, if you go to Corpus, I didn't check it in Corpus, to be honest. And also, it didn't appear in my colleague's study that I quoted. She has quite a lot of, on this ranking list, but she didn't, I think, include these ones. I don't know what she really put, in when she was looking in as the head words. Maybe she didn't think about it, okay?
Yeah. And what do you think would it be what the person would be on the top? Grandma, grandpa, mom, dad?
I think grandma. I would put my money on grandma.
Yeah.
I would bet on grandma, definitely.
Me too, agree.
Yeah, because typically grandmas spend more time with grandchildren. Somehow it works this way, yeah, definitely. But I think it is, a very interesting topic for another study. So thank you very much for suggestion. And I would say it's a bit different kind of items. Yeah. That there will be some group of these informal introducers, like you say, for example, these general items, because I guess you can expect them also in other languages, like you say. Then there will be these lacunary items, typical of a particular culture, and so on and so forth. So there is some scope for doing this.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please, Delia. No, you. Delia.
Very short question. Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. Did you find traditional Polish proverbs under the name of Chinese proverbs?
No. Okay. No, I didn't.
Okay, they are very far countries, maybe that's why. Okay, thank you, Anna. Very interesting topic, and thanks for the answers to the questions. And let me move to the...
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let us move to the next speakers, our friends from Spain, Luis Tazina Fernandez and Pablo Ruano. They will present about translation of culturisms in the Valerisms in Dickens' The Pickwick Papers, the Spanish case study. You're very welcome.
Thanks, Nargisa. Thanks, everyone, for being here today. And I want to start by thanking the organization for having us. Unfortunately, Pablo can't be here today because he and his wife are expecting a baby, and he would rather stay home with his family. I'm going to be talking about the translation of culturisms in the Valerisms in Dickens' The Pickwick Papers. And I'm going to start by providing a definition of Valerism. A Valerism is a proverbial subtype that has a distinctive syntactic formula and is used for purposes of irony or humor. Typically, the formula is triadic with three distinct parts: a statement, often a proverb, a speaker, and a context. The context may also be replaced by inserting another individual to whom the speaker is addressing the statement, as McConaughey explains. So, as examples of Valerisms, the author provides two: much noise and little wool, as the devil said when he sheared a pig, or two heads are better than one, as the cabbage head said to the lawyer. As for culturism, Petrova provides the following definition. A culturism is an axiologically marked verbalized content explicated through a semantic transformation of the question-answer kind and represented by a noun or noun phrase. But maybe a more straightforward definition would be the following one by Nord, who says that culturisms are culture-specific units of behavior or evaluation. As for the Valerisms in the Pickwick Papers, we found 40 cases, 37 of which are uttered by Sam, and the other 3 are uttered by his father, Tony. And we classified them in the following categories. We have daily life, people, superstitions and beliefs, measurements, fauna, places, and we found a bunch of them who promote violence or abuse against people. We're going to focus today on the Valerisms about people. We have consulted the following 18 translations, which seem a higher number than I was actually expecting to find. And the first case we find is the following. It's quite the long excerpt, but I'll just focus on the Valerism. No, regular rotation, as Jack Ketch said when he tied the men up. Here we find the central... There you go. Jack Ketch, we focus on that as the individual who originally is believed to have said the utterance. And if we look up Jack Ketch, the OED, we find the following. And it's used as, and I quote, a generic name for an executioner or hangman. So we wanted to see how Spanish or translators into Spanish of the Valerisms dealt with that name. And we found the following strategies. 6 of the translators keep the Wellerism word for word. I'm sorry, I'm messing this up. Whereas 11 translators modify the Wellerism and 1 translator adapts it. We'll see what we mean in a minute. Here, the modification, most of them are focused on the name of the executioner, and some of the translators change the name for things such as Jacobo Caech, Juanito Caech, Jacob Keth, Jack Caech. No, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, and Jack Caech. Some of them are quite surprising, like, where is it? Jacobo Zarpa. Did I delete that? Yes, I did. It should be on the slide, I'm sorry. But Gustavo just explained to me, gave me a reason why they would have done that, so we'll have to revise our document. However, José María Valverde, substitutes the name Jack Caech for Verdugo. Verdugo is executioner in Spanish. So we consider that that's a very good translation, a very good adaptation, because otherwise Spanish readers wouldn't have to know who Jack Caech originally was. Another example of a Wellerism is, he wants you in particular, and no one else will do, as the devil's private secretary said when he fetched away Dr. Faustus. Here we find that 13 translators keep the Wellerism word for word, 1 of the translators modified, and 4 translators omit it. Part of the reason why we believe 4 people decided to omit this Wellerism was that in the context, those translations were published in Spain. We had this dictatorship, and there was what is called known as national Catholicism. So having a character have a pact with the devil may have been seen as controversial. So that's our theory, we don't know, but it makes sense to us that they decided to omit that reference altogether. We also find the following modification. Si le espera únicamente a usted, como dijo el secretario particular, cuando se llevó al doctor Fausto. And here we see how they omit any reference to the devil. And we believe that's for religious reasons. We also find that it's omitted in the following translations by Galdós, Bonet, Ferrer, Hector, and Navarro. Another example. Think, sir, replied Mr. Weller, why I think he's the victim of connubiality, as Bluebeard's domestic chaplain said, with a tear of pity when he buried him. Incidentally, this Wellerism is kept in all of the translations, even though it implies violence against women. If you're familiar with the story of Bluebeard, he killed his wives and put them away in a closet or something. So those translators saw no problem in keeping that, whereas a pact with the devil was seen as controversial. We only find 2 omissions, but just because those translators omit pretty much all of the Wellerisms for space reasons, because they are shortened versions of the text. But we also find the following modifications. Su capellán de la corte, which doesn't seem to match the actual position. Domestic chaplain, I looked it up, and it's like a different thing. And there's another version that says, es víctima del delirio, and here they omit any reference to marriage, which is the most relevant cultural component of that Wellerism. The next example, King Richard III said, business first, pleasure afterwards, as King Richard III said when he stabbed the other king in the tower after he smothered the babies. Here we find that all 17 out of the 18 translators keep the Wellerism word for word, and the only one that omits it is Galdós, who omits all of the Wellerisms except for the first one. Next example, if this don't beat cockfighting, nothing never will, as the Lord Mayor said when the Chief Secretary of State proposed his missus' health after dinner. Here we find the following strategies. 9 translators keep the Wellerism word for word, 2 of them modified, 4 of them adapted, and 3 of them omitted. Again, Valverde shows his knowledgeability of British culture, specifying Lord Mayor as el alcalde de Londres. Oops, I'm messing this up. And actually, the mayor of London was referred to as Lord Mayor, and he's the only one who seems to have realized that. Incidentally, we also find un intendente in 3 versions, which doesn't make a lot of sense, so we think this may have to do with the fact that they are Latin American translations. We also find the following 2 modifications. Bien, dijo Sam, esto es mejor que una riña de gallos, como dijo aquel. And here they omit the speaker's occupation altogether. Or the following one, si esto no acaba como una riña de gallos, nunca acabará nada así, como dijo el Lord Justicia, Lord Justice. And in my opinion, this only makes the Wellerism more obscure to a Spanish reader who is not familiar with the legal system of England. So, next example. We make no extra charge for sitting down, as the king remarked when he blowed up his ministers. Here we find the following strategies. 12 of the translators keep the Wellerism, 2 of them modified, and 4 of them omitted. The modifications are interesting because that's how those 2 authors, Ganosa and Ferrer, deal with the Wellerism. Siéntese, señor, no cobramos aumento por sentarse, como observó el rey cuando despachó con sus ministros. No se cobran aquí las atenciones, como dijo aquel rey al reunir a sus ministros para condenarlo a muerte. So they don't specify which king they're talking about. So the fact that they, and I'll go back a minute, blow up may seem to refer to the gunpowder plot and James I. But actually it seems to be related to George III and his dismissal of William Pitt, but there's no way to know. However, if we look up blow up in the OED, even though it's an archaic use, blow up doesn't necessarily mean to explode, but also means to betray, which may make sense in this context. Another example, sorry to do anything as may cause an interruption to such very pleasant proceedings, as the king said when he dissolved the parliament. Here, basically, we see how 16 translators keep the Wellerism word for word. One of them modifies it, and then Ortega y Gasset again omits it. The modification we find is the following. Dispensad, señor, interrumpió Sam Weller, que acababa de mirar por la puerta vidriera. Siento molestaros en vuestra labor, como dijo el rey poniéndose a la puerta del Parlamento. And this is, I believe, the last example, so I'm rushing through this. Yes, sir, rejoined Mr. Weller. Whatever it is right, as the young nobleman sweetly remarked when they put him down in the pensions list because his mother's uncle's wife's grandfather once lit the king's pipe with a portable tinderbox, which could also happen in Spain. And that's how the translators deal with the Wellerism. Some of them keep it word for word, 9 of them modified, none of them adapted, and 2 of them omitted. The modifications we find are the following. This is strange because it doesn't, nobleman, the translation for aristocrata, caballero, well, there's some connotations missing there, so we're not so sure about that. And then a tinderbox, apparently the most suitable or the closest translation would be trozo de yesca, as you may see there, or yesquero. But some other authors use pedernal portátil, another one omits that part, so there are lots of inconsistencies. Here you have a visual summary of how each of the translators deals with each of the Wellerisms. As you can see, Galdós omits most of them and then modifies one. The next one is Bonet. And then this anonymous translation published by Saturnino Calleja, there are 3 omissions. We found that Galdós omits 6 out of 8, and then Bonet omits 5 out of 8. And the reason for those omissions have to do with the fact that they are shortened versions of the novel. Finally, we may draw the following conclusions. The cultural components of Wellerisms pose a challenge to translators. There are 4 translation strategies. Some of them maintain the Wellerism word for word. Some of them omitted. Some of them modified, or there are a few cases of adaptation. Cross-checking these translations of cultural idioms allows us to detect how certain translations are, and I put that in quotation marks, inspired by others, but it's pretty much plagiarism. The cases of systematic omission, Pérez-Galdós and Bonet, are because, as I mentioned, the text is shortened, which causes readers to miss one of the most remarkable aspects of the novel. José María Valverde arises as the seemingly most careful and most sensible translator, and some of the changes to the Wellerisms in the target text are due to social-cultural reasons, as is the case with Dr. Fastos in the context of National Catholic Spain. Those are some of the works we cited, besides the translations, and that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. Okay, so we have plenty of time to have questions if you want. Okay, Dan.
So thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. So my first question is, about the word-for-word translations, because you've shown the examples of modified or adapted translations, but do you consider that overall the word-for-word translations work better than the modified one? And the second question is, this tendency to keep, to use word-for-word, do you think that it is out of not laziness, but because it is easier, or is it a strong desire to not, domesticate? In translation, you've got foreignization, domestication. So is it a desire to not domesticate the source culture, or is it just because it's easier?
I honestly think it was hard for some people to figure certain things out, like who Jack Ketch may have been, because they didn't have access to the internet like we have today. So it's easy for me to now go on the OED website and figure that out. But it amazes me how José María Valverde in the 1960s, I believe, figured that out on his own without access to the information we have. So I don't think there's just one reason for that. So it may depend on the translation and the particular cultural components or the specific Wellerism we're talking about. But in most cases, my opinion is they should have kept it word for word, if you want my personal opinion, just because that's the way Dickens intended it. So I don't know.
It's interesting to hear, because in translation we always say that word for word never works, but sometimes it does work better. So it's an interesting example.
To me, what surprises me the most was the case where they chose to omit the Wellerisms, because that's one of the most remarkable aspects about this novel. So the fact that they chose to just remove that, I don't know.
So it means, does it sound like in English, in original one in Spain too? Like that?
Depends on the case, but... For instance, I'm pretty sure here I dealt with this as a modification because nobleman may have some connotations that maybe, aristocrat, maybe slightly different. So I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it made sense to me or other, I don't know. And then the fact that they keep talking about the king, but which king, right? Because it's hard to identify which, if it's a cultural or a historical event, but we don't know what they are really talking about. So I don't know. It's hard to tell. You may guess, but... Sorry.
Hi. If I am right, I believe some of these translators may have translated from a French version.
Yes.
How do you think this influences the...
I can tell you, if Pablo were here, he would be able to explain that, but he's actually the specialist in Dickens, so we'll have to ask him. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Would you say that some Wellerisms could have been used twice in some other version?
In the novel?
Yeah.
There's no reoccurrences, I don't think, but the fact that they mention the king various times is the closest, I guess, we can get to reoccurrences of Wellerisms, because it identifies the same the speaker, but we don't know if it's the same speaker that said the different Wellerisms or if they are different kings. We don't know that. We can only guess.
Okay, thank you, my dear. Okay, I've got another question. I'm interested in many Wellerisms are used in figurative meaning, in the context, with a humorous kind of sense. And is there any kind of Wellerisms which is usually used in literal meaning? Did you face such kind of...
At the moment, we're focusing on the use of Wellerisms in the Pickwick papers. So we intend to expand our study because this is an ongoing study and it's kind of like ambitious. This is just the first stage. At some point, we're trying to find Wellerisms in other media and different media. We're also looking for, if someone can give us a hint, that would be super helpful. You know how at some point... we're looking for, and it would be amazing if we could find that, a TV series or something where a character frequently uses Wellerisms, which we haven't found yet, but I'm pretty sure there must be something like that somewhere. We just need to find it. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
So, are there any Wellerisms with a literal meaning?
Yeah, we haven't. I don't think so. I don't think so, because the fact that they are humorous and they have this unexpected turn, I'm sure it would be possible under the right circumstances, but we haven't found any cases.
Okay, thank you. I got it. Please, Pianola.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, of course, the one that's common today, as in the past, I see, said the blind man. That's,
Yeah. Well, that would technically be a Wellerism because even though they have this triadic structure, sometimes one of the elements may be omitted. So, yeah, that would still fit the pattern, I guess.
Wolfgang Mieder, please.
I might just add that I think the issue with the Wellerisms of Charles Dickens is that he invented them. If you look at my dictionary of Wellerisms that Lewis had in his bibliography, you will find that there are many folk Wellerisms that, just like Fianola just said, for I see, said the blind man, there are many variants of that. And so that is part of the problem with Dickens, is that they are invented. And if you look at the Dictionary of Wellerisms that we did, you can see that there are no parallels to them, no variants.
It's somewhere...
So Wellerisms is really... Oh, and by the way, Lewis, there is a British detective writer, Charteris, who is full of Wellerisms.
Which one?
Charteris is his name. Yeah, I can give you the references. I would
appreciate that. I don't know if I should be telling you this, but I actually found a Wellerism in Don Quixote, which was surprising. I don't know if that's the first Wellerism ever, but it was I just did like this weird search, like as someone said or whatever, and a Wellerism popped up. So that's interesting, and that's something we have to look into, because everyone associates Wellerisms with Dickens and the Pickwick Papers, but there are Wellerisms before Dickens in literature, so something to look into for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. In Finnish, we have, they have been nowadays called Wellerism, but they were sanomus, and like that, it is, everything has its times that goat when his head was cut off. So these are sayings. We have a lot of old sayings.
Yeah. To us, I think this is more surprising than other phraseological categories, because I don't think they are very common in Spanish. Apparently, there have been Wellerisms in German for centuries. I found this somewhere. I don't remember the name they have in German, but apparently it's a more frequent type of phraseologism in German than it is in, for instance, Spanish. So maybe there's the cultural component or the linguistic component to this. I don't know.
Please.
You are right, Louis. For a long time, Archer Taylor, when he did his chapter on Valorisms in his famous book, The Proverb, in 1931, pointed out that Valorisms are primarily, as you just said, in the Germanic languages, in Northern Europe. But in the meantime, it has been shown that, and Damien will know this, there are plenty of Valorisms in France. Van Gennep published several papers on it. And so for a long time, it really was thought that Valorisms are primarily Northern European oriented. But now we know that they do exist in Spanish, they do exist in African languages. So they're really more international than scholars used to think.
And then the fact that some of the translators into Spanish of the Pickwick Papers decided to systematically omit them kind of prevents them from becoming more popular. Or, so I don't know. It's surprising also that there's this, I don't know, Spaniards' tendency towards humor, right? Or, I don't know, we take certain things lightly. But Wellerisms are not that popular in Spain, I don't think. So that was because they're, in my opinion, they are suited for like Spanish way of seeing the world and humor and stuff, but I don't know, they're not very popular. However, we find a Wellerism in Don Quixote, so there you go.
Well, the wonderful part about Wellerisms really is, I think I may say that among us older people, some of them are wonderfully obscene.
Yeah, and one of the categories is about violence and abuse, so they are, hard to deal with, particularly under certain circumstances, like if you have a dictatorship going on, you may not want to talk about certain things, I guess.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Luis.
you.
Very interesting. Wellerisms are not as famous as in Europe, in Asia, so that's why I'm also interested in so much. Okay, the next speaker is Georgios Tserpas from Hellenic Folklore Research Center, Athens, Greece. So, Greece, the topic is Portuguese proverbs in the comments of the work of Nicholas G. Politis, Paroimia, Proverbs, a comparative examination with the Greek material. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Nagisa. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, and especially Rui and Marinella, for having us every year here. I was a little bit problematized about what to speak this year, and I thought that since I have participated many times in the colloquium, the time for something Portuguese came, for two reasons. Because Greece and Portugal have many things in common, for example, similar population, similar size. And this year, 2024, I think it's more appropriate because both countries, we celebrate 50 years of democracy after the dictatorships, both in Greece and Portugal. So I found it appropriate. But where to find Portuguese proverbs in Greek proverb collections? Too difficult. Only one source, the proverbial collection by Nikolaos Politis. So this is my topic today. The aims of the presentation. So I will refer to the work of Nikolaos Politis, Proverbs, with special emphasis on the context of the era in which the collection was compiled. Then I will focus on the comparative nature of this collection and mainly on the Portuguese proverbs that are given as parallels with the Greek proverbial material, attempting to classify the material in order to establish which are the common proverbial types and which are the different ones, with the main criterion being that of the image. At the same time, we will examine in which other languages the existence of the same proverbs is observed in Politis' collection in order to ascertain the spread of the proverbial material, formulating some thoughts on the comparative approach followed by the compiler of the collection. So, Nikolaos Politis was born in Kalamata in 1852 and died in Athens in 1921. He was the founder of the Hellenic Folklore Society and the Folklore Archive and dealt with a multitude of issues concerning Greek folk culture. As far as proverbial speech is concerned, he turned his interest in it from a very early age since he began to deal with this subject from the very first years of his scientific writing. That is, from 1868 at the age of 16, until the second decade of the 20th century. His interest was mainly directed towards modern Greek and Byzantine proverbs, as well as the proverbial origins of the classical period, and sometimes also the proverbs of other nations, Balkan, European, Asian. Without a doubt, Politis' most important contribution to the study of Proverbs was the 4-volume critical edition of Proverbs published from 1899 to 1902, which, however, remained incomplete. Politis' collection includes over 7,000 proverbs and proverbial phrases classified in 938 entries, which reach up to the letter epsilon, the 5th letter of the Greek alphabet, and specifically the entry eleo. The classification of the proverbial material by Politis also reveals his methodological thinking around the issue. The proverbs are classified in lemmas, while the word that carries the core meaning of the proverb is chosen as the lemma. The entries are given alphabetically, and then also all the proverbs that belong to the same lemma in alphabetical order. The first volume of the collection, and to a lesser extent the second and third, include, in addition to proverbs, references to previous proverb compilers and their collections, as well as collections of Byzantine proverbs and collections from other nations. In particular, Politis had in mind Italian, French, Spanish, Romanian, Celtic, Albanian, Dutch, Armenian, Arabic, Turkish, Jewish, Japanese, Lapland, mixed European, and collections from nations in Asia. The approach he follows in the analysis of the proverbial material is the historical comparative one. On the one hand, he is interested in the origin and starting point of folk manifestations, which means that he examines his material in a historical perspective, but at the same time comparing it with that of other nations, thus highlighting the pivotal role of the multiple existence and variation that characterizes folklore phenomena. Consequently, Politis moved between the comparative and the historical method. His folkloristic background justifies the use of the historical method, while his belief in evolutionism leads to broader comparisons. Therefore, in his work, present and past, synchronic and diachronic considerations are interwoven, while the comparative and historical method contribute to the interpretation of tradition in modern life. So, the Portuguese proverbs. Where Politis found their Portuguese proverbs? Previously, we referred to the collection of proverbs of other nations that Politis had in mind when he compiled his own collection. Politis did not have in mind any Portuguese collection of proverbs, and the Portuguese parallels that he mentions are derived from multilingual collections of proverbs. So these are his sources, and you can see that they are all German. In the 4-volume Politis' collection, with a total of approximately 7,200 proverbs, 103 Portuguese parallels appear. It's a percentage of 1.4%. Speaking of Portuguese parallels in relation to Greek proverbial material, we're essentially referring to the issue of equivalence. Equivalence in proverbs can be either morphological or conceptual. In our approach, which has a folkloristic character, we refer to conceptual equivalence mainly, being asked to distinguish whether the proverbs use the same or different images, whether they are literal or metaphorical, and consequently whether they belong to the same or different proverbial types. According to Kazis Grigas, though very different from other folklore genres in terms of function and relation to social reality, proverbs are, first of all, phenomena of folklore. They are traditional combinations of artistic words. Their history reflects the development of social and aesthetic thought. They are closely related to biographies of various ethnoses and of larger cultural areas. and therefore the folkloristic aspect proves to be the most important for the systematization of proverbs. In a comparative basis, the above view states the question of classification of the texts. In other folklore genres, such as fairy tales, songs, etc., the plot is considered to be a key factor for classification. But the brevity of the proverb suggests that other criteria should be used. Matti Kuusi has pointed out that components of a proverb are an idea, a structure, and the kernel. It seems that the kernel of the image of the proverb is a phrase being shaped by the structure of the verbal variants. It is a concrete and relatively stable unit, accessible to direct observation and settling the organic unity of the image and the origin of the statement. If the kernel is different, then that means that a different metaphor has been used, meaning that they belong to different proverb types, even though from a semantic point of view have almost identical meanings. So at this point, I will attempt a classification of the Greek and the Portuguese proverbs in Politis' collection based on the above criteria. Don't worry, I won't mention all 103 proverbs. Okay, just such examples. So, first category, identical equivalent proverbs grouped around the same or similar images. Just to say that, I have maintained the dictation of the Portuguese proverbs. I don't know if there are any mistakes, as I found them at Politis' collection, and also the translation, as translated at the collection. I don't know if there are any mistakes, so you will tell me later. Slowly, slowly, you go far. Slowly, slowly, or quietly, quietly, they go far. The truth is bitter, the same exactly in both languages. The truth floats like the oil in water, or the Portuguese, the truth and the oil go to the top, on the top side of water. If the hanged man's house in the hanged man's house, do not mention the rope. In the hanged man's house, nobody should talk about the rope. Whoever gets involved with the brown is eaten by the pigs. Exactly the same in Portuguese. Spread your leg according to your kilt, and each one stretches his leg according to his cover. The woman needs to be guarded as the glass does. The woman and the glass are always in danger. Second category, different kernel of the image, meaning different proverb types. Drop by drop, the barrel got empty. The Portuguese, drop by drop, the sea gets empty. Others take the hair out of the dense forest and others eat it. You lift up the hair so somebody else can get rich. This is a proverb that refers to the fact that usually others work hard for something and others finally reap the fruits of their efforts. And both the Greek and Portuguese proverbial types use the hair, but in different ways. The next one. He who feeds an orphan feeds snakes. Two Portuguese variants. A foreign son burning coals in the garment. Do not nurture a foreign son because you don't know how he will turn up. A proverb that touches on the issue of ingratitude shown by the orphans. In the Greek proverbial form, the orphan is compared to a snake, while in the Portuguese to burning coals. The second Portuguese variant seems to be more literal, having more the character of a maxim. The other one is interesting. The whites are that speak, the whites that sing, the whites that talk. The Portuguese, where gold speaks, everything is silent. In the case of the Greek proverbial type, the question of historicity of the proverb emerges. The white was a monetary unit of Ottoman Empire and the basic medium of exchange from the mid-14th to the mid-17th century. It comes from the Turkish word akçe and the adjective ak, which means white, due to the whiteness of the metal. The proverb refers to the fact that only the rich are praised, even if they do not deserve it, and that money speaks louder than words, and all objection ceases when it is there. The Portuguese proverbial type is more clear and definite since it refers to gold. The good lamb of two mothers suckles, the tame calf suckles all the cows. Proverbial types with two different images, those of the lamb and the calf respectively. The proverb refers to the mild and affable people who find many others willing to help them in whatever they need. Grain by grain, if heaped the mothy to be filled, grain by grain the hen fills her belly. From many fews becomes one a lot. The Greek proverb type refers here to the modi, which was a unit of measurement used to calculate the volume of grain or nuts. The Portuguese proverbial type with the image of the hen is of interest. Through economy, it is possible to save a sufficient amount. And let's go to a Byzantine proverb. From a bad borrower, even Ervil. From a bad borrower, take darnel. Better straw than nothing. It refers a Byzantine proverb that refers to the bad payer. The advice is from a bad payer to take what you can, even if it is minimal. As far as the Greek proverbial type is concerned, orodhia, ervil, are legumes and were mainly used by livestock farmers for feeding oxen, hens, goats, and sheep. Portuguese proverbs refer to the darnel, which is intoxicating and poisonous, but also to the straw as something of little value. In any case, the proverbial types refer to the least possible damage that one could have. The next one is also a Byzantine proverb. Towards himself draws the coals, each one brings the coals to his sardine. This is also a Byzantine proverb and refers to the one who takes care of his own interest. The image refers to the one who sits near the hearth and pulls the coals towards him to warm himself better. And the Portuguese proverbial type also includes the reference to the sardine, possibly reflecting the rich fishing tradition of the Portuguese people. The third category, synonymous proverbs. Another bay, other oils. The Portuguese, new king, new law. The proverb also reflects the past of Ottoman rule in Greece. Bey was a senior administrative title in the Ottoman Empire. Specifically, the proverb is recorded in money, and Politis comments, during the past century and the beginning of the present, the new bey in money collected the annual tax on the country's main product, olive oil, and even if it had been collected under his predecessor. The meaning of the proverb is that the new ruler always innovates. The Portuguese type expresses the same meaning, but the reference to the king and the law reflects a different historical reality. In one manga, two horses do not get along. Two vultures do not make company. Proverbs referring to conflict of interest. There are many in my height, but nobody has the same opinion with me. As many heads, as many caps. Here, the Proverbs refer to the phenomenon of pluralism and the fact that hardly two people will have the same opinion on a subject. Bear's hair does not become silk. From a pig's tail, you can't have a good saddle. These proverbs refer to the uncouth man, and just as it is not possible to produce silk from the hair of a bear, so also from a coarse man one cannot expect a change in his behavior. So, geographical distribution. As this presentation attempts a comparative approach to Greek and Portuguese proverbial material in the context of a specific collection, we consider it useful to look at the geographical distribution of common Greek and Portuguese proverbs to examine in which other languages the same proverbs are found, the same or different proverb types, or even different proverbs, which are, however, semantically equivalent. As previously mentioned, Politis had taken into account many foreign language collections. So, for the body of 103 Greek proverbs that also have Portuguese parallels, he also gives parallels from 36 languages. The German language has the largest number of common proverbs with Greek and Portuguese, 101, followed by the Romance languages, Italian 91, French 87, Spanish 83, while the large number of common proverbs with other Germanic languages is particularly impressive. Dutch 79, Danish 66, English 60, Swedish 55, Icelandic 40, and Norwegian 38. It would be interesting to answer the question of what accounts for this similarity. One hypothesis could be historical contact between these peoples or linguistic affinity. As far as the Portuguese proverbs and the parallels in Romance languages are concerned, these assumptions may have some basis. For the Greek proverbs, this may not be the case, however. The Greek language is an independent branch of the Indo-European language family and also belongs to the Balkan language nexus. In this sense, as far as language contact is concerned, one would expect many parallels from the Balkan languages. However, we found only 11 parallels from Albanian, 8 from Serbian, and only 1 from Bulgarian. So, why are there so many parallels among the Romance and Germanic languages? Our basic hypothesis for this question rests on the collections used by Politis. As we have seen above, to find Portuguese parallels, he mainly used multilingual and multi-volume collections concerning the Romance and Germanic languages, which contained a plethora of material. Therefore, it is logical that this material prevails in his own collection. Possible selection of different sources may have led to different results. Geographical distribution on a cross-cultural comparative scale is also linked with variation. Lauri Honko has shaped a theory concerning comparison and forms of variation, distinguishing among tradition phenomenology, tradition ecology, and tradition history. Considering Honko's theoretical scheme, we assume that the plethora of proverbs in different languages cited by Politis proves that proverbs as a phenomenological category do exist, shared by many nations, ethnic groups, etc. Variation, especially through different proverb types, reveals the traditional and ecological dimension of comparison by different images, something that reveals the communicative aspect of folklore. Finally, the traditional historical aspect of comparison may have to do with certain processes within language families, for example, cultural loans, or even the whole continent on a historical basis, taking into account specific time and place. So, to conclude, the collection of Proverbs by Politis was compiled at a time when science was dominated by evolutionism. This fact justifies the adoption of the comparative examination of the proverbial material, which, however, is combined with a historical approach, making his work moving both on the axis of synchronicity and diachronicity. The historical dimension is served by finding corresponding ancient Greek and Byzantine proverbs, while his comparative approach is satisfied by the abundance of proverbs found in other languages. Regarding the Portuguese parallels cited by Politis, we notice that most proverbs belong to different proverb types, thus highlighting the issue of variation. Of course, there are also identical but also synonymous proverbs, which highlight the particularities of Greek and Portuguese folk culture, respectively. Finally, the fact of the widespread dissemination of the specific Greek and Portuguese proverbs in other languages as well, mainly Romance and Germanic, highlights that the common idea expressed by the proverbs probably belongs to the field of typology. However, from a folkloristic perspective, extremely valuable are the individual proverb types and the synonymous proverbs, which may differ from nation to nation or even within a nation or ethnic group, as the aesthetic, artistic dimension of proverbial speech emerges in the context of its social circulation. Thus, similar universal situations are often rendered in a different way, which is something that defines proverbs from a folkloristic point of view due to the different aesthetic rules that may be used in each language, bringing to the fore the poetic dimension of proverbial speech as poetry of everyday life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Georgios. Are we having questions, please? Mm-hmm. So while they're thinking, I have got the question. When you mentioned about the kernel, which was learned by Mati Kusi and then Kazis Grigas, I thought about kind of formats or types of dictionaries. Like we have met such kind of dictionaries of proverbs or folklore sayings, structured according to the first word and its alphabetical order, or according to the alphabetical order of the kernel, or even according to the themes of proverbs. So what is your idea or point of view? What do you prefer? What kind of dictionaries are useful for learners or even who want to find this proverb easily in other languages?
The matter of classification is the most difficult for a folklorist. Very difficult. There are several types of classification, alphabetically, by lemma, by semantics. I think that the most convenient is with lemmas. But of course, there's the problem, which is the word in the proverb that carries the core meaning of the proverb? So maybe a combination of all classification systems is the best. Okay. But alphabetical, I think it's the worst, because you cannot understand, nothing about the meaning of the proverb. So maybe by lemmas.
Okay,
it's better for me.
Yeah, thank you. Lisa, please.
Just to thank you, because you took the Honko from here, because he was the one who started with the context in Finland. He had a small idea, and he didn't have the possibility to go on that, so he has written, so not very much, but even in Finland we had different types looking at those proverbs, but Lauri Honko is very well known in some part of the world in the folkloristics, but not in linguistics, I think so.
In folklore, he's very popular.
Yeah, okay. So that was. Thank you.
Thank you. Wolfgang Mieder once.
Thank you, George. That was, from a folklorist point of view, I'm very happy. Our Greek friend Demetrios Loukatos once wrote an article in the early Proverbium arguing that straight alphabetical classification makes some sense. And I thought my friend Loukatos had gone crazy. But once in a while, to have a straight alphabetical classification is helpful if you look for a whole bunch of proverbs that happen to start with he who or she who or whoever, when, if. So I've learned not to laugh at Demetrios Loukatos any longer. But once I often told my students, or when I did my own collections, nowadays with the computer, of course, it is all so much quicker to find anything. But I always thought if we go categorize Proverbs by keywords, which is still a pretty good way of doing it, I always thought there ought to be an index with at least one more keyword in the back. That, I think, would have helped a lot. Yeah. But that Bartlett Jerry Whiting did that with some of his dictionaries. But the publishers, when I tried to argue those things, the publishers always said there's no space for it. That's another thing. I think the publishers often have destroyed ideas that all of us had about how we want to classify our collection. But as you said, basically, I think any system works. But now, once we have them digitized, of course, you can use a search engine and find things.
Yeah. Thank you, Wolfgang. Just to say, Demetrios Loukatos also actually said that he wrote a very popular article in the annual of the Hellenic Folklore Research Center in 1951, titled "Problems in the Classification of Proverbs." So he recommends alphabetical classification, but only for small corpora. I mean, in a corpus of 7,000 proverbs, can we have just alphabetical classification? And at the end, he suggests that we must have a combination. So he gives examples with a proverb, and then he says alphabetical classification, classification by lemma, conceptual classification, generic classification. So he uses all 4 types of classification. Maybe this is the most complete way, but very difficult for a folklorist to do.
Yeah, okay.
And time consuming.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation, George. I enjoyed it very much. But I think that classification also depends on the type of the given language, because in Hungarian, the definite article is AA. So if you put all the proverbs according to the alphabetic order, the majority will come to the beginning.
Of course.
And, I am using the prize winner Hungarian Proverbs Dictionary by Anna Litovkina, which is fantastic. It's made by keywords, and at the end there is a list in alphabetic order of all the words occurring in the proverbs. So it's quite easy, very easy to find something you are looking for. So I think the classification, the old Hungarian dictionary, they also use the alphabetic order. It's quite difficult to to search them. And I think it also depends on the given language. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, please, Asnur wants the last question, I think.
As for the classification of proverb dictionaries, in Turkey we have a very good example of Turkish dictionaries corpus prepared by Metin Yurtbaşı. And it has a conceptual classification throughout the dictionaries. And at the end of the dictionary, he has a compile of all proverbs. And it is ordered by alphabetical order. It's so easy to find it, actually, very practical for... it's also bilingual. So it sounds like complicated, but it's so practical and easy to find. Just as for an example I want to share.
Okay. Thank you. So, thank you, George,
Thank you
for
very much.
a very interesting discussion and talk. And I want to call all the presenters for diploma time. Yeah? Okay, it's coffee time. We'll meet in a minute, okay? Thank you.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
I tell that you have 2 minutes time to come here. This is a special offer for everybody. Not many times of your life you get this possibility. So, yeah. No, I have to take it. Yeah. No.
Maybe I can keep it.
I'm not so sure if I need it when I stand up.
Lisa, maybe you can put it somewhere there. No, you don't want to.
No.
No. You think it's better?
No, it is.
It's better here.
Yes, it is not good. So much.
Good.
This is good.
You know what you do.
And I don't know why they have not got the possibility to put the clock on the wall. And they had a clock here. Would be nice.
That's true.
In my country, in Finland, we have in every place where it is. What did I do? Yes, now it takes out from there. Yeah. Oh, yes, I have to take this. I have to read your name here. Okay, friends, colleagues, and maybe Inemis also. So now it is time. We are going to listen to Leonardo Lucio Vieira Machado. He comes from Brazil, and he is a very new doctor. Congratulations. And he is telling us about the application of the Kuusi system in comparing proverbs from Carolina and Cabinda, and he's starting now. Thank you. Or you are welcome.
Obrigado. Bom dia a todos, a todas. Bom dia, cajueiros. Hoje eu trago para vocês uma personagem, talvez seja diferente em função das demais apresentações até aqui. O nome dela é Carolina Maria de Jesus, e eu vou falar da origem dela e por que eu a escolhi. Essa aqui são as fotografias reais da vida, né? Essa é a casa dela. E no interior da casa dela, o que ela guardava? Um tesouro, né? De conhecimento, de sabedoria. E ela aprendeu isso com quem, no meio de tanta pobreza? Ela aprendeu isso com o avô dela. Todos eles, a família dela, era uma família muito simples, nunca teve posses, nunca teve possibilidades, né? E por conta de várias circunstâncias no Brasil, né, ela nunca conseguiu sair, né, até então, dessa condição. Mas ela sabia, ela aprendeu com o avô dela que a ascensão e a evolução do ser humano estava no conhecimento da sabedoria. E ele passava isso para ela através de provérbios, ou de uma linguagem proverbial em família. Ninguém na família dela sabia ler ou escrever, exceto ela com 2 anos de escola apenas. E ela falava, o avô dela estava muito doente, próximo da morte já, e ela falou assim, vovô era descendente de africanos, era filho da última remessa de negros que vieram no navio negreiro, os negros cabindas, os mais inteligentes e os mais bonitos. Ela admirava muito a sabedoria do avô dela, mesmo nunca tendo estudado, né? Mas ele sempre tinha coisas a dizer, né? E eu fui procurar saber quem eram os cabindas. Quem são os cabindas, né? Cabinda é aquela região na setinha vermelha, lá em cima, muito pequenininha, é uma província de Angola, ok? E é um enclave. E ali, né, habitava uma boa parte dos Bakongo, né, que é um povo que fala a língua Kikongo, né, e de onde muitos foram levados para o Brasil, né? E ela sabia disso. Ela falava, meu avô veio dos cabindas, os mais inteligentes, os mais bonitos. Fui procurar saber dos cabindas e descobri que eles tinham muitos provérbios. Esses provérbios foram coletados por um padre espiritano chamado José Martins Vaz, e ele elaborou 2 grandes volumes de toda a recolha etnográfica que ele fez, né, não só de provérbios, mas também de adivinhas, né, vários itens que falavam daquele povo. né? E ele fez uma coleta de provérbios da oralidade, mas não são os únicos. Os Cabinda, eles têm uma característica interessante. Eles fazem provérbios em esculturas. E eles colocavam essas esculturas em tampas de panela e tem um volume da coleção para falar desses provérbios, né, que são esculpidos. Muito interessante, dá uma outra tese. Eu fiquei com os provérbios que são da oralidade. E o livro Provérbios, de Carolina, está aqui na minha camisa, inclusive, Carolina. Ela fez essa 4ª publicação em vida, ela lançou 4 livros. O primeiro, ela se tornou mundialmente conhecida, Quarto de Despejo, e os outros foram perdendo o interesse do mercado editorial. Mas o último, ela pagou do próprio bolso, que foi desse, Provérbios. Quando eu vi que ela tinha um livro chamado Provérbios, e os Cabindas também tinham uma recolha de provérbios, está aí minha tese. Vou pegar e comparar os dois e ver essa ponte, essa ancestralidade proverbial no tempo e no espaço. Então, para além da imagem, né, eu fiquei encantado com a semelhança de Carolina. Essa fotografia foi nos anos 60, e um desenho que foi feito naquele livro do padre, né, da filosofia tradicional dos Cabindas, de uma mulher cabinda. Eu falei assim, gente, a forma de se vestir, o olhar, a posição é igual. Mas, para além disso, está o pensamento, está o conhecimento, está a sabedoria. E é isso que eu vou analisar, né? Fiz a análise da minha tese, né? E a apresentação se dá nesse âmbito. Né? Então, a justificativa é a importância dos provérbios como conexão, né, cultural e histórica, e o objetivo explorar essas vozes e expressões culturais, né? Porque, apesar de ela ser descendente daquele povo, alguma coisa pode ter mudado com o tempo, mas outras podem ter sido preservadas. Esse é meu herói, né, my hero, né, Matti Cusi. Ele elaborou um sistema, que é o sistema Cusi, que eu utilizei na minha tese, e eu fiz, né, a partir dessa classificação que ele elabora, e que nos foi trazida pela filha dele, né, que é a Útila Cangas, né, eu fiz todo o mapeamento dos provérbios de Carolina e de Cabinda naquelas 2 recolhas. Então, foram 1.208 provérbios que eu classifiquei dentro do sistema Cusi. Eu peguei todo o livro das 2 recolhas e fiz essa classificação. Então, basicamente, como funciona o sistema? Você tem, né, o tema principal, que são 13, então são 13 temas principais. Esses 13, eles se subdividem em classes principais, né, que é uma fase intermediária de temática. E cada classe se subdivide em subgrupos temáticos. Então, quando você encaixa um provérbio lá em cima, você sabe exatamente onde ele vai se encaixar. E fica muito mais fácil, pelo menos para mim ficou muito mais fácil, fazer a comparação temática dos provérbios de Carolina e Cabinda através do sistema Cusi. Eu cheguei numa dessas conclusões, uma dessas conclusões foi essa aqui, ó. Cabinda é o que está em vermelho, Carolina é o que está em amarelo. Com o sistema Cusi, eu consegui ver uma espécie de impressão digital da característica temática dos provérbios de Carolina e de Cabinda, o interesse temático de cada um. Então, você percebe ali quando o grupo a recolha de provérbios de cada um é muito focado em qual tema, qual preocupação maior dos Cabinda, qual a preocupação maior de Carolina, como é que ela quer advertir as pessoas. E ela fala isso no prólogo do livro dela. Provérbios são advertências em forma de conta-gotas. Então, se ela tem essa preocupação de advertir as pessoas, qual é o tema principal que ela se preocupa? Eu identifiquei 6, que é o D, o mundo e a vida humana, o F, que é o conceitos de moralidade, o H, que é a interação social, o C, observações básicas e sociológicas, K, posição social, e M, enfrentando e aprendendo. Mas e os demais? Todos os demais foram classificados, mas eu precisava focar no conteúdo mais denso que ficou nesses 6 aí. Ok? Em comparação, os de Cabinda, olha que interessante, ela tem 6 temas que ela mais utiliza nos provérbios dela. Dos 6, 4 são iguais aos de Cabinda. O mesmo tema, a mesma temática, o mesmo interesse. Então, consegui ver essa equivalência aí, temática de 52%, das 2 recolhas de Carolina e de Cabinda no que diz respeito aos temas que eles abordam, que os provérbios abordam. né? Então, para selecionar, né, então eu formo grupos já selecionados dentro dos subgrupos temáticos, né? Eu recorri ao conceito de logema. Logema, quem traz a explicação foi a Rumiana Petrova, num livro organizado por... A Melita não está mais aqui, mas por Melita Varga. Ela organizou o livro em 2014. Né, vários paremiologistas participaram, e ela explica o logema, que é o fundo parêmico, a base daquele provérbio. Né? Então, o primeiro, né, que fica dentro do tema principal, o mundo e a vida humana, dentro da classe principal, pluralidade do mundo e a vida humana, e dentro do subgrupo temático, declarações gerais sobre a vida humana e seus problemas, Carolina diz assim, num dos provérbios que se encaixa ali: que jornada cansativa é a vida. E Cabinda, passa para lá, não falta lugar onde está o mar. Então, o fundo a vida é difícil. Carolina, ela compara essa dificuldade a uma jornada, né, a caminhar constante. E os Cabinda também no estilo de movimento, mas com o mar. Isso não vai parar enquanto a gente estiver aqui nesse movimento. Então, são duas formas de você analisar a dificuldade da vida. O segundo, dentro do tema principal, conceitos de moralidade. A classe principal, bem e mal, em contraponto ao sucesso. E o subgrupo temático, critérios éticos do bem e do mal. Esse é o subgrupo temático preferido de Carolina. É onde ela concentra mais provérbios. E ela fala: o homem que pode fazer o bem e não faz é um insensato. Tem até uma intertextualidade com o versículo bíblico, né? Quem sabe fazer o bem e não faz, comete pecado. Né? E Cabinda: ó irmão, tu guardaste o teu amendoim para a semente, mas comeste o meu. Ou seja, poxa, você pegou seu amendoim, vai plantar, vai produzir mais, e o que era meu, eu não tenho nem essa chance. Você comeu, não vou nem comer, nem plantar. Então, dentro daquele logema de maldade, desonestidade, é reprovável. Né? Então, isso aí cabe dentro do subgrupo temático critérios éticos, né, de bem e do mal. Seguindo, outro, tema principal, interação social, classe principal, agressão e mediação, e subgrupo temático, paz e acordo em maior valor, né, do que guerra, ódio e conflito. Carolina, ela diz: não é com polêmica que o mundo avançará, mas com educação, bondade e coragem para o trabalho e honestidade dos seus atos. Cabinda: limpa o terreno da casa para a chegada do chefe, para quando ele chegar, ficar honrado pela limpeza. Ou seja, quando você for resolver questões com pessoas superiores acima de você, não adianta brigar, faz a sua parte, deixa o terreno preparado para o acordo acontecer. Né? Mas você percebe uma perspectiva diferente aí. Né? Carolina coloca as pessoas meio que de igual para igual, diz: gente, todo mundo presta atenção aqui. Não vai resolver com briga, não vai resolver com conflito. E já Cabinda, ela fala, chama atenção para a hierarquia. Limpa a sua casa, porque quando o chefe chegar... Então, pelos dois provérbios, a gente percebe uma diferença de entendimento do mundo aí. Tema principal, observações básicas sociológicas, aparência e valores internos, né, de classe principal, e subgrupo temático externo e interno, em contraponto ao engano da beleza. Aí eu lembro da casa de Carolina, que era bem simples, né, e que você não pode julgar pela aparência. Carolina: os que se iludem com a aparência, às vezes tropeçam no abismo. E Cabinda: o molho muamba, que é um prato típico de Cabinda, né, de sardinha, só está em cima, embaixo é água, só água. Ou seja, a comida preparada, ela pode elevar e ficar na superfície, mas quando você vai pegar, embaixo não tem nada, só está na superfície, é uma enganação. Né? Então, as aparências enganam. Uma coloca como algo crítico, né? Vai tropeçar e cair no abismo, e o outro como uma frustração. Você, poxa, não tem nada além disso. Mas é a questão, né, do subgrupo temático externo e o interno. Mas também tem os logemas que não tiveram a paridade, né? Provérbios que caíram, né, conforme a classificação. Tema principal, classe principal, subgrupo temático, caíram no mesmo lugar, mas não teve logema semelhante. Né? Então, eu trago esse exemplo como o tema K, posição social, classe principal, o K1, que é poder, governante, subordinado, superior, inferior, E subgrupo temático, líder, em contraponto à condição e qualidade de um país, subordinados, casa ou comunidade dependente dele ou dela. Carolina diz assim: um governo que tem a possibilidade de servir melhor o seu povo e não serve, não é governo, é governante, é babá do país. Ou seja, não dá autonomia. Cabinda: o esquilo ficou nomeado chefe, deve tratar os filhos de todos e dos netos de todos. Nessa questão do poder e da dependência dos liderados do seu líder, Carolina critica o líder. Você percebe que ela tem uma certa empáfia assim, e discute e não aceita facilmente, né? Cabinda, mais uma vez, chama atenção para a importância da chefia, da liderança, e ela coloca o esquilo, né? Ou seja, um bicho pequenininho, mas a ele foi atribuído grande responsabilidade. Ele deve cuidar dos filhos de todos, dos netos de todos. Essa é a orientação de Cabinda para as pessoas, e Carolina já coloca: olha, você pode questionar se você quiser. Né? O logema de Carolina é: um governo deve cuidar do seu povo, e o logema de Cabinda é: governar é difícil. Às vezes a tarefa é muito maior do que a própria pessoa. E enfrentando e aprendendo, que é o tema principal M, classe principal M3, sabedoria, inteligência, e de um lado, estupidez de outro, e os subgrupos temáticos são 2 nesse último, que é o M3A, valor da sabedoria, conhecimento, inteligência e razão, e o M3B, que é de Cabinda, que é um sábio, qualquer pessoa, suspeita. Isso é maior, é mais importante do que o confiante ou o crédulo será enganado. Né? Você tem Carolina falando: o homem que procura instruir-se está armazenando a sua maior fortuna. E a gente lembra da primeira fotografia da casa dela. Ela procurando se instruir. Aquela era a fortuna dela. Né? O logema, inteligência e conhecimento é o maior bem. Enquanto Cabinda, estrela, a mulher da lua. Mas quem foi ver no céu se é bem assim? Eu acho interessante porque é uma... apesar da compreensão poética da estrela, a estrela é a mulher da lua. Você foi no céu para ver se é assim mesmo? Se a estrela se casou com a lua, vocês têm incentiva um ceticismo, você não aceitar facilmente o que as pessoas dizem. Logema: questionar antes de aceitar. Daí eu chego a algumas conclusões. O sistema CUSE e análise intercultural. O sistema CUSE evidenciou semelhanças e diferenças entre os provérbios de Carolina Maria de Jesus e Cabinda, promovendo um diálogo cultural. Por exemplo, tanto o provérbio de Carolina, o homem pode fazer o bem e não faz, é um insensato, quanto o cabindense: irmão, tu guardaste o teu amendoim para a semente, mas comeste o meu, reflete a reprovação, a desonestidade e destaca valores éticos compartilhados. Outra conclusão: categorização e conexões culturais. A categorização dos provérbios revelou conexões culturais profundas entre Brasil e África. Carolina morava em São Paulo. A visão, mas apesar de ser nascida em Minas Gerais, um estado vizinho do meu, que eu sou do Espírito Santo. A visão de o mundo e a vida humana aparece em Carolina, com que jornada cansativa é a vida, e em Cabinda, passa para lá, passa para cá, não falta lugar onde há o mar, mostrando a universalidade das experiências humanas, seja onde estiver. Abordagem crítica e reflexiva. O sistema CUSE possibilitou uma análise crítica das complexidades culturais. Na categoria interação social, Carolina afirma que não é com polêmica que o mundo avançará, enquanto o provérbio cabindense limpa o terreno para casa, para a chegada do chefe, enfatiza respeito e honra nas relações, refletindo perspectivas distintas sobre a harmonia social. Ou você trata de igual para igual, como Carolina sugere, ou você respeita uma hierarquia já colocada, como Cabinda sugere. E relevância no sistema CUSE. O sistema CUSE foi essencial para a pesquisa, permitindo uma interpretação profunda dos provérbios de culturas distintas. Em Sabedoria e Aprendizagem, Carolina afirma que o homem que procura instruir-se está armazenando a sua maior fortuna, enquanto o provérbio cabindense estrela a mulher da lua, mas quem foi ao céu para ver se é assim, valoriza o questionamento e o saber, destacando o valor da reflexão crítica. Assim eu concluo. né, com meus dois queridos, Maticus e Carolina, e eu. Obrigado.
Thank you, Leonardo, a lot. It was clear and nice that you had those English texts there, so anyhow, I could read them. Did you see? So now it is time for comments and maybe questions and discussing and arguing. Outi has hand up. Outi, does he know you? Yes.
Yes. Thank
so
you.
It's not secret that Outi is the daughter of Matti Kuusi.
Anyway, he knows my work also. This is interesting to see that you really use it. I've noticed that if people use those categories, they normally take the first, only the first large classes, and it is quite difficult to go to those. Or do you think it's difficult to go those detailed classes there? Because I think it's you should. It's kind of easier to choose those large categories. Can you answer to this? You understand English? Oh.
Oui.
Yep.
Eu vou pedir auxílio para alguém traduzir, por favor.
Can you? So, I have noticed that many people there are not so many, who use this categorization are keen to use those large categories, this A, B, C, like this. But is it difficult to find the comparison in this detailed class?
Basicamente, a UTI quer saber um pouco mais relativamente à dificuldade que há quando utiliza o sistema Matti Kuusi em comparação, digamos, com as duas culturas diferentes. Portanto, as dificuldades que possa ter encontrado.
Obrigado. A dificuldade que eu encontrei foi, primeiro, identificar a possibilidades da cultura de cabinda que eu desconheço. Entendeu? Então, eu tive que ler mais livros a respeito de cabinda, né, para saber, por exemplo, um exemplo que apareceu aqui no provérbio, muamba. Né? Então, muamba é um prato típico de cabinda. No Brasil, muamba tem um outro significado. Inicialmente, é um cesto onde as pessoas transportavam as coisas. Por esse transporte, o conceito evoluiu, né, modificou-se, adaptou-se com o tempo, e muamba virou material que não é autorizado e que é transportado fora da lei. Então, você trouxe muamba? Você trouxe alguma coisa que foi trazida, né, por fora? Então, muamba teve esse sentido. Então, para aplicar o sentido correto do provérbio, eu tive que entender um pouco melhor da cultura cabinda. Teve aqui uma apresentação anterior, falou de culturema, foi o que me salvou nas minhas avaliações. O culturema, né, que é um elemento específico de um povo que pode ter um correlato no outro ou não, entendeu? Então, identificar o que é da cultura do povo, para mim, foi o mais difícil.
So Leonardo told us, yes, there are something different in the culture. So the most difficult it was didn't know so good how is the culture of Cabinda, and he need to ask himself, but with the books, and try to analyze and know better the other culture. He takes an example like
Muamba.
Muamba, Many people knows about that name, about a meal.
Muamba no Brasil é mercadoria ilegal. Entendeu? E em Cabinda é o nome de um prato típico.
Muamba de galinha, né? In Brazil, it's something about illegal things, commercial.
Roupa, óculos que a pessoa traz para o nosso país sem ter passado pela alfândega.
Muamba,
isso é muamba.
It's like glasses and many clothes we are not passing by the frontier, so it's illegal. It's nothing about always it in Cabinda, and that is an issue. So that's the main thing. It's for him the classification. It is not inside the classification. It's inside the culture. There are the issue and the answer more. So
I don't know. Yes, I would ask more also about. Did he use this Ovambo Proverbs, this Kusi's collection? Did you go to look at those African texts there, or do you have? Is it possible for you to go and look? There is because it's literature references, so you could find some African collections also.
She asked if you.
Não, ela está perguntando.
You find because of many things are oral. So did you
Você tem que
find?
falar português para mim. Mas obrigado, Rita. É a confusão do tradutor e intérprete, é assim mesmo. Obrigado.
Ai, desculpa.
Microfone. Obrigado.
Por causa da oralidade natural, muitas vezes nestes países, mas isto também eu penso agora uma opinião pessoal, isto também é um conhecimento ocidental, porque há muita coisa escrita atualmente também na cultura africana. Neste sentido, encontraste literatura, há registro bibliográfico sobre aquilo que foi a consulta?
Sim,
neste trabalho?
dentro os provérbios coletados pelo padre José Martins Vaz, eles são especificamente de Cabinda, da língua Kikongo.
Mas na pesquisa...
Na pesquisa eu tive que avaliar outros também para saber qual recolha... Escritos. Né? E o padre, ele escreveu também conforme se pronunciava em Kikongo. Então, na recolha, no livro, tinha Kikongo, português... E também uma interpretação que ele dava. Ele comparava com provérbios de língua portuguesa, de Portugal.
Mas ele conhecia oralmente ou por escrito?
Ali estava por escrito. Era nos livros, por escrito.
Ele próprio viu em livros?
Exatamente. Ele conversava com as pessoas em vários ambientes. Família, julgamento, casamento. E os provérbios que ele ouvia, ele escrevia.
Ele escrevia.
Ele escrevia. Não,
okay.
O padre escrevia. Ele escrevia em Kikongo, em português, e dava uma explicação comparando com provérbios de Portugal.
Mas agora tu, quando foste a cultura Cabinda, foi a essa fonte ou outras fontes bibliográficas?
Não, eu peguei a recolha produzida pelo padre José Martins Vaz, aquele livro em vermelho que eu mostrei, e comparei com outros também. Então, teve algumas teses, traziam um outro padre também, que era o Joaquim Martins, tem muito Martins, né? O Joaquim Martins, que escreveu um outro livro também que trazia provérbios, mas o do José Martins Vaz era o mais completo, era o mais amplo, trazia um volume maior, e eu poderia comparar melhor, com mais exemplos.
Yes. Short, yes. Yes, not only oral, but there are books who talking about other proverbs, not just the thousand and... Como é que era o padre? Desculpa.
Padre José Martins Vaz, e também havia um outro que eu comparei, que era o Joaquim Martins.
Joaquim Martins. Another one
another father from the church have right. So there are a comparison between two. The first one in marriage, in funerals, and other times that people are together, take the oral things and write everything, because it's the two things and there are comparison between. I'm sorry my English, but...
Very nice, thank you. And I think that now it is the time for the next one, who is in Uzbekistan. So, thank you very much, and I hope that you go on with this discussion on the coffee pause. And then I have the possibility to welcome somebody from Uzbekistan. Wait a minute, I'll find her text here. Not that one. Here. Shamyeva Nargitsa Arbutsatarona, about the comparative analysis of adjectives in English and Uzbek proverbs. So we go on still with the comparative research, and now we will, yes, see is there, I don't know, is direct or is it on tape, but never mind, we will listen to. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to see all of you. And I'm very happy to be a part of this great event today. My name is Shamieva Nargiz Abdusatarna. I'm a PhD student of National University of Uzbekistan. And I want to present my paper today for you, which is called The Comparative Analysis of Adjectives in English and Uzbek Proverbs. As to speak about the proverbs themselves, I can say that this is a succinct, recognized saying which offers wisdom or guidance and based on common experience or observation. So our article presents a comparative analysis of adjectives in English and Uzbek proverbs, aiming to elucidate the linguistic and cultural nuances inherent in these proverbial expressions. Adjectives plays a vital role in shaping the meaning and rhetorical impact of proverbs, offering insights into the representative culture values and linguistic traditions of English and Uzbek-speaking community. Through a systematic examination of selection proverbs from both languages, this study explores how adjectives are employed to convey nuances, meanings, evoke vivid imagination, and reflect social cultural attitude. Drawing on a corpus of English and Uzbek proverbs, the analysis examines patterns of adjectival usage, syntactic structure, and semantic nuances, highlighting similarities and differences between the two linguistic systems. Furthermore, the article discusses the implication of those findings for cross-cultural communication, language education, and the presentation of cultural heritage. Ultimately, this comparative analysis sheds light on the universal themes and enduring relevance of adjectives and proverbial wisdom, while also highlighting the distinct linguistic and cultural characters of English and Uzbek proverbs. So, as to say about the origin of the proverb, we can say that this very word is from Old French, and we can pronounce it like proverbe, and Latin proverbium, which means pro, force, and verbium, this is a word itself. I'd like to mention several famous researchers who do their work in this sphere. and from them, Benjamin Disraeli's description of the importance of Proverbs, he says that the comprehensive reflection of human experience, so the Proverbs' artistic expressions and literary merit, educational and reflective value, and insight into human nature and continued relevance. So he say about the Proverbs that this is a vehicle of cultural expressions. So we are today here, and the main thing which is join us is Proverbs. Next one is artistic creativity. And the last and the most important, I think this is moral reflection. Because through the Proverbs, we can show the real situation of any event. So as to the translation methods, which I have used in my research paper, I can say that it is based on the proverb comparison. So we take two proverbs in both languages, English and Uzbek, and with the help of adjectives, we research them. For example, I take one proverb which is called "A watched pot never boils." So the equivalent of this proverb in Uzbek is "Kutilgan qozon qaynamas." We analyze the adjective "watched," which is modified by the word pot. So it implies observation of close meaning, connotation, it means attention, anticipation, impatience. Here, the adjective highlights the human tendency to perceive time as passing more slowly when eagerly awaiting an outcome. The next proverb which I have taken was "The early bird catches the worm." The Uzbek equivalent is "Ertalabki vaqt naqtkina baxt." The role of adjectives is modified by descriptive nouns, which is provide additional information about the quality, characteristics, and attributes. So adjectives here are crucial for conveying nuances, meaning, and enhancing the overall impact of the proverb. So the next proverb which we researched was "Sour grapes can never make sweet wine." In Uzbek, "Nordan uzumdan hech qachon shirin musallas chiqmas." I can take another proverb. Maybe it will be more understandable for you. Like father, like son, we also have in English. So while the grape is the same, and the wine will be the same like a grape also, similar. So here the role of an adjective is modifying with noun, and it is add descriptive elements, characterize nouns, enhance nuances meaning, and adjectives deepen theoretical impact and improve communicative effectiveness of the proverb. So overall, when we talk about the role of an adjective in Proverbs, we can here select several points. So the key function of adjectives here is enrich linguistic texture, conveys symbolic meaning, and reinforce moral lessons, which is two more important. Next one is the analyzing of adjectives in Proverbs reveals the connection between language and cognition and cultural symbolism, highlighting their social cultural significance. So, cultural significance of the adjectives in Proverbs encapsulate and transmit cultural values, ethical principles, and pragmatic wisdom. As we speak about the significance of Uzbek proverbs, we can say that there are key functions, invaluable treasure of the Uzbek language, and I think any language is also used the adjectives as a treasure. Next one is cognitive development, memory retention, and linguistic fluency. If we talk about the cultural and educational role of significance of Uzbek proverbs, we can say that elevate literary expression, enrich folk wisdom, add expressiveness and precision to language. So here, as we are almost all the teachers, we often use the proverbs on our lessons. So, and we can see the deep meaning and deep place of importance of any proverbs while explaining some material. For example, as for me, I start my lesson with the proverb. Every time it is like warm-up activity, which can concentrate all the students and try them to predict what lesson will be about. The importance of education, this is an aid of a comprehensive new material, reinforced lessons, valuable for both academic settings and extracurricular activities. As a conclusion, I would like to say that I was so pleasant to be here with you. And I think that the proverbs are the main point in upbringing children from their very childhood, and also for students who are now on the first stage of their development. And I think that my research will be something new for my followers, because I try to research the adjectives in the proverbs, and maybe it's something new in this very sphere. So for further researchers, I can say that they can use not only comparison the adjectives, but maybe nouns, verbs, and etc. Thank you for your attention, and I hope we will see you again. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. You maybe they can't hear us, okay? So we are not going to ask her anything, but I suggest that we can discuss about these things, because you know a lot of Uzbekistan things, and we know a lot of proverbial things. So it could be, because there was something I noticed that was a little bit different than normally said, and in positive. It is, they are vehicles. Proverbs are tools to be used. But how and where and when, it is a question. So, and one thing that I always ask, is it true that wisdom is wisdom? Are they wise things, and in whose eyes they are wise things? So, with children, for example, as you know, some of you know that I have, my study started with the indoctrination of, if it is indoctrination. I can say you it is not indoctrination to use proverbs, because the children understand them own way, and it is not a wrong way, it is their own way. But now, please, go on. I have now tried to put something, yeah.
So, as she learned adjectives in Proverbs, I want to add here, first of all, adjectives, can be the main tools to highlight the feature or quality or quantity of something in the content of Proverbs, of course. And this is the case when we say the role of adjectives in any kind of Proverbs, in any language. And moreover, as Lisa said, how to just use Proverbs and sayings by old people to young generation, and young generation or even children can understand it its own way. So for analyzing this content, this issue, in my PhD dissertation, I tried to pay attention to its pragmatic features. Concretely, it is how the proverb can contain parts or steps of acts, which we call, and which we know from Levinson, illocutionary, and perlocutionary acts. And as a statistics of my results in the Uzbek language, our society loves to use such kind of like clever sayings, or proverbs about wisdom, or even we want to show up that we are clever, or we can teach something to our youth, And in that case, it is, for the illocutionary part, it's okay. It's the same with other sentences in our speech. But for locutionary, it is easier. We don't need so much time to remember or to make long sentences to explain one thing. For example, folk tales. Usually at the end or at the beginning of the folk tales, we use proverbs. And this can include or conclude any kind of folk tales very easily for our children. And they can understand, oh, in this way, this corrected this thing because of that way. And at the end, it is right or it is mistake. So we can just understand or comprehend what does the folk tale say. And what about perlocution? It's much more interesting. Little bit different from other simple sentences, proverbs and sayings have got very touchable, very effective perlocutionary act. Why? Because again, listener can understand what the speaker or writer wants to say him or her. So that is why when we are using proverbs, even in oral speech or even in written one in textbooks, which I have asked from Milita in her speech. So we have to use these proverbs in folk tales or in oral speech in order to make our children learn the life, let's say.
Yeah, but I would say that with proverbs, it is the same thing as with everything. The responsibility of the message is in she or he who uses it. If you take a ball and want to throw it to the baseball player, you take it hard. But if you want to throw it to your grandmama, so you take it slowly. So that one who sends the message.
Yeah, that is why I always said to my friends or to my students, the mind, the brain is the most magical thing in the world. So we analyze it and use it appropriately according to the situation, and then we can have efficient results.
And like Joanna said, that those best memorized are grandmamas saying, anyhow in Finland, because they have been oral tradition. So who would like to ask or ask you something or comment or, yes, there, the white man there. White T-shirt. Oh, it's fishing T-shirt. Yeah, okay.
Yes, it's the one I worn last night.
Yeah, okay. Congratulations for you.
So I had one question for the presenter, but if I understood it right, she's no longer connected.
Yes, but I suppose that she has colleagues that can answer here.
So, because my question was if she looked at adjectives, with the linguistic notion of co-predication or secondary predication, because I think that would be a very interesting angle. And the second one was a remark, the adjectives in Proverbs, but sometimes entire Proverbs can function as adjectives, like it's a dog-eat-dog world, or on a first-come, first-served basis. So it's like Russian dolls, and it's pretty variable. But she's no longer connected, so...
But you are from the same university, so they have the same system to study and understand things, so please.
Yeah, okay. I will send your question to her, okay?
All right, thanks.
Okay. Comments? Do some of us research adjectives nowadays in Proverbs? Is it very familiar to somebody? No, we are just pretty. We don't use those adjectives. Okay, we thanks for, and you sent our people. And the next one is a lucky one. He has 10 minutes more time than the others. So Gustavo Rodriguez Martin comes from the Extremadura University. And really, if you want, you can use 10 minutes more. And then you have to send the thanks to the Uzbekistan research.
I will.
Yes.
Let me see if this works first. Yes, good.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Before I begin, it would be remiss of me not to single out the people at the organizing committee and our wonderful hosts, especially Rui and Marinella. I would like to begin because today I'm going to talk about Bernard Shaw and some quotations that have been incorporated into the paremiological, let's say, corpus of the English language, that he apocryphally, to my knowledge, was one day chairing a session, just like you are right now, and the speaker was outraged. How can I possibly say everything I know about this topic in just 30 minutes? And Shaw retorted, I suggest you speak very slowly. So I'm going to try and do that. So I'll be talking today about quotations and winged words in the notation of Glaser, which are formally no different from proverbs and proverbial phrases, but which can be ascribed to a specific person. They share the same phraseological characteristics as the rest of the genres, lexicalization, fixedness, although, as we have discussed here earlier today and yesterday, that is a problematic notion, idiomaticity, and so on and so forth. But what matters most to me today is how, in the process of an individual speaker creating, coining, and disseminating later this quotation, there are several factors at play. One are the cognitive mechanisms for the new patterns in the individual. In other words, what's in our heads that make us copy somebody, basically. The social psychological mechanisms for new patterns in the individual. In other words, what are the peer pressure, social pressure, different outside factors that make us integrate those patterns into our idiolect. And of course, the mechanisms for the propagation at the communal level. In other words, what makes it easy, socially speaking, for these coinages to become common currency, let's say. In order to do so, as you will see particularly in these two cases, we have to look, and thank God we can do it now thanks to the internet and corpora and so on and so forth, we have to look at the reception history, the Rezeptionsgeschichte in the parlance of Berger et al., of these two phrases. The two phrases particularly, and you may remember me asking a question about food yesterday, are, there's no love sincerer than the love of food, and like a blacksmith mending a watch. Very different, as you can see, in principle, but as you will see as well, they have a few things in common. The methodology I'm going to use is inductive and qualitative. It is inductive in that it will try to draw general conclusions from very specific phenomena or instances, let's say. And it is qualitative in the sense that, as we will be able to attest to, corpora methods are not enough in cases like the present ones. So we have to sort of follow in the footsteps of the breadcrumbs that these two expressions have been leaving behind in their reception history. At any rate, I began by looking into the British National Corpus, the Corpus of Contemporary American English, the Google Books Engrams, the British Newspaper Archive, Chronicling America, which, as you know, is an online database for American newspapers, dating back to the 18th century. Trove, same thing for Australia. Papers Past, same thing for New Zealand. The search queries I inserted were, on the one hand, no love sincerer than, and on the other hand, like a blacksmith, asterisk, ing, which means like a blacksmith, mending, ruining, hammering, so on and so forth, to allow for potential variation, just to see if this would work. As you can see in my, hopefully, this is the one. My preliminary results were, to say the least, disheartening. Because no love sincere only retrieves one result, none in the British National Corpus, one for, I mean, you can see it there. I'm pretty confident that you can all read this, if it's large enough. And one thing that was somewhat to be expected is that most of the results came in the form of written texts in the Google Books Ngram corpus. Judging from the, let's say, the nature, the high status nature of the author, it was to be expected that they spread first into literary circles, things like those. We will see about that. In the case of No Love Sincere, as you can see, I don't want to risk it with a pointer, but that curve you see there has to do, the first top point is when the play Man and Superman, where that quotation is from, was published. Then it fell into oblivion, let's say. And then, little by little, the results that you see in those curves towards the 20s and 30s and then 50s have more to do with, on the one hand, a few re-editions of Shaw's works because he, A, won the Nobel Prize in 1925-26, and B, he died around 1950, so those are the two peaks you can see there, more or less, but also because this quotation in particular began to be used outside the scope and meaning and original intention of the author. We will look into this in a minute. That is why I also found results in the newspaper archives that I mentioned earlier for this particular quotation, which we will discuss in a minute. This is the original context of the quotation. It is, you have the reference there, the CPP stands for Collected Plays with Prefaces, the Bodley Head edition. We have Octavius and Tanna. Tanna, of course, is a corruption of Juan Tenorio because Man and Superman is a sort of mock Don Juan play, in a way, right? So Tanner has been making a great speech about the evil mother woman, as he calls them, who sort of suck the blood out of the man artist, right? And that is why he is warning Octavius against Anne's intentions, who seems to be intent on marrying him. And he says, even if it were so, and I don't admit it for a moment, it is out of the deadliest struggles that we get the noblest characters. Remember that the next time you meet a grizzly bear or a Bengal tiger, Tavi. I meant where there is love, Jack. Oh, the tiger will love you. There is no love sincerer than the love of food. I think Anne loves you that way. She patted your cheek as if you were a nicely underdone chop. In this context, this has to be understood as the struggle and striving for the perfection of the human race and that sort of thing, in the sense that the play is based largely on Nietzsche's concept of the Übermensch, hence man and Superman. Fun fact. Shaw is credited with having coined the word Superman. Up until then, in the English language, the preferred term was Overman. And he wrote a letter to the company who published Superman comics after the first issue, asking for copyright money because he thought they were taking advantage of his brainchild. End of fun fact. Anyway, however, as you will see, from that moment on, even in Shaw's own lifetime, this quotation has practically only, except for a few cases of literary criticism, been used to refer to food literally. Here we have, and I'm going to show you just examples of the type of newspaper articles you would get in Shaw's lifetime. For example, in reports about the best restaurants in London, like this one we have here from the Belfast Telegraph. You have all the data, and it's going to be systematic on the left side of screen, so you can follow this. And I have highlighted, to the best of my ability, the place where the quotation is shown. It was also often used as a sort of a pithy saying underneath advertisements for restaurants, markets, supermarkets, and the like the one you can see here in this picture. That also happens regularly. And not to mention that it was very often included or listed in these sort of quote of the day sections that many newspapers have. In my opinion, the fact that this was often quoted out of context may be one of the reasons behind people's using it in a different sense. Most likely because they were obviously primed by the word food, in a literal sense, because there's no other context, rather than in a philosophical sense. Once again, list of quote of the day, and once again, things that have to do with recommending restaurants, advocating for a specific type of diet, recommending a place where you can buy your groceries, and so on and so forth. As you can see, the only actual, and this is another, well, I wouldn't say fun fact, but sort of curious anecdote, the only case where we have a modification of this particular quotation is, once again, in Australia, the same, by the way, did I skip it? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one that's modified. And it had to be American, right? There's no love sincerer than the love of God, right? So the idea that there's a religious sort of undergrowth, so to speak, in American culture is pretty much evident. And once again, Tasmania, in every place, Australia, New Zealand, pretty much any place we have data for in the English-speaking world. Once again, what is wrong with our restaurants? And they quote Shaw. So everything is clearly pointing towards a literal use of the meaning of there's no love sincerer than the love of food. I hope it has become apparent by now. There's plenty more where that came from, and if you have some time, you can do the search yourselves in those databases which are freely accessible, except for the British Newspaper Archive, which is behind a paywall. Maybe your institutions have access. New Zealand again. As you can see, it is quoted either in quotations or as part of a discussion. Okay? And from 1990 to the present day, things have gotten, well, I was going to say worse from the point of view of Shaw, who liked to be quoted accurately and who must be, I don't know, if rolling in his grave or something, but certainly wouldn't like this. Everything and anything that has to do with human nutrition uses this quotation. For the love of food as an epigram at the beginning of a chapter or section. Once again, another example, travels with my spatula, recipes and stories from around the world. It's really become like common currency among people who write books on cooking, recipes, dietary recommendations. Eating plants, how a vegan diet can save the world. There you go again. By the way, Shaw was a lifelong vegetarian, and perhaps that had to do with that. He was one of the few people who actually, well, one of the promoters of the first vegetarian restaurants in London in the late 1800s. Yes, that's it. And there's a lot to say about that, and we can discuss it later if you will. And this also appears in, this is a slightly different thing, people who do self-sustaining farming. You have examples in books that promote animal activism and for animal rights, and you name it, call it what you will. Sorry, you name it, anything that has to do with that. And fun fact again, I was born in Badajoz, close to the Portuguese border, and in the Portuguese city, town of Elvas, there's a restaurant, the Soho restaurant, that has Shaw's quotation translated into Portuguese. Of course, the fact that it is translated literally into other languages, I think, attests to the currency and the vigor it has as a proverb or a quotation. A disclaimer, the lady there posing, I have nothing to do with her. I don't know who she is. I just took the picture from the restaurant's Facebook feed, okay? Just in case. And now we are going to move on to like a blacksmith mending a watch, which, of course, as I said before, it has its own story. As you can imagine, a blacksmith mending a watch suggests, I don't know, a certain degree of ineptitude, clumsiness, destruction. It all began when Shaw in 1897 was describing the acting of actor James Fulton in a revival of Ibsen's A Doll's House. And he says, and I quote, "Mr. Fulton, invaluable at the Adelphi, struggles with his part like a blacksmith mending a watch. And the style of play which makes blah, 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 blah." You can read the rest. For many people, realist playwrights at the turn of the century, especially those who imitated or who sort of wrote plays in the wake of Norwegian playwright Henrik Ibsen, posed challenges for actors because they were accustomed to a different type of acting. And now some of them, notably Mr. Fulton, found it hard to adapt to this new style of play. It was no longer melodrama, and so on and so forth. But first of all, of course, I thought, is this a proverbial expression or an idiom in English? You never know. I mean, you don't know them all. First of all, it matches the structure of other expressions like a bat out of hell, or like a frog on a lily pad, or things like those. No luck, no such luck. However, 25 years later, another person used the same expression to refer, literally, to refer to the Roman playwright Terence. Gilbert Norwood, in The Art of Terence, to refer to Plautus. Plautus. In comparison with, that's the point, Terence. Okay, so Plautus is the terrible writer, Terence is the elevated style, rhetorical, so. Molière is a great playwright, undoubtedly. It would be no small credit to Terence were it his only claim that he had done some share in that vast reputation. But solemnly to compare him with Plautus, who wrote plays like a blacksmith mending a watch, so on, so forth. This would be like a simple coincidence, perhaps, but it is not. Norwood had studied Shaw thoroughly. He had published a book studying the concomitances between Shaw and Euripides, entitled Euripides and Mr. Bernard Shaw. Shaw exchanged letters with Norwood. Well, so that the connection is obvious. However, it seems to me that 8 words constitutes plagiarism. I mean, it is not a coincidence. And in fact, the connection between the two is obvious. But the first thing this shows is that Norwood actually had read more Shaw than we give him credit for. Not only his plays, but also his dramatic criticism. That is obvious. Here, as well, the quotation caught on, but not among Shavians, but among classic scholars. And from then on, it became sort of like a catchphrase amongst people who wanted to deride Plautus in comparison with Terence. As you can see here, the first review of Norwood's book, the expression already caught the eye of the reviewer and mentioned it. And from then on, it is very commonly found in people who discuss the dramatic art of Plautus. Very often in comparison with Terence, once again, as in the original context. I am giving you just a few references. I will show you some more from now on. For those of you who may not be familiar with this Plautus-Terence dichotomy or conflict, let's say, many people argue that Plautus, of course, his plays were teeming with slaves and prostitutes and soldiers who would always be swearing and who would be blasphemous and who the actors would build rapport with the audience and there'd be nudity and all of that. Whereas Terence, on the other hand, was the goody-two-shoes who would, for example, never mention a single god by name, never be blasphemous, used forensic rhetoric in all his lines, and, so on and so forth. So that is one of the reasons why Plautus, hangs in the balance here. The person who has used this the most is Mr. Sander Goldberg, who quotes Norwood at least 6 separate times. Mostly because he has recycled an introduction he has for Terence, because he has edited the plays of Terence in separate volumes, and he always quotes Norwood. Okay? But Goldberg is the only person who seems to have noticed that this is, first of all, he seems to begin to disagree with Norwood, and second of all, and this is, I believe, the most important part, that he, if you look at that footnote number 7, the barb at Norwood, 1923-1, that is Norwood's book that I quoted at first, was in fact taken without attribution from Bernard Shaw's description of the actor Charles Fulton performing in a revival of Ibsen's A Doll's House. Blah, 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 blah. However, even if he acknowledges this, by the way, in 2020, he could have saved me a lot of time had he told me that earlier. I had to find it for myself. But anyway, the point is, the proverbial quotation has not survived in Shaw studies, and yet it has become a phraseological unit among classical scholars. Why? First, because I believe Norwood, when he first borrowed from Shaw, used it simply not to make a point, but a stylistic thing. It sounds well, it has a powerful ring to it, and so he copied his manner of speaking. However, and this is something we are all familiar with, because of the quotation paradigms and the quotation conventions among scholars, you have to give credit where credit is due. And if you quote Norwood in a scholarly book about Terence and Plautus, you have to say where you took that from. In fact, as you can see here, Goldberg is saying that Gilbert Norwood's oft-quoted phrase, everybody knows that by now. Apart from the difference in the dissemination of the proverb, quotation, phraseological unit, I'm not into categories in this particular case. The important thing is that, once again, the process of dissemination brings about a change in meaning. To state the obvious, Shaw was referring to acting. Norwood was referring to playwriting. In the case of actor Charles Fulton, he was performing like a blacksmith. In the case of Plautus, he is one. Fulton struggles. Plautus does what he does best. I mean, I hope you can see the slight difference here. So, to conclude, and I hope these two have their own claims to fame in these conclusions, first of all, there are limitations of the study, mostly because it cannot be replicated, either because the first quotation got out of Shaw's hands early and lost its original meaning, or the second, because it is only restricted to a very specific domain of classical studies. This can only be done the old way, in many ways. And of course, this is a warning or a caveat, if we're a warning or a caveat to people who do corpus studies with phraseology or perimyology, because sometimes there is more or less than meets the eye. Also, that it is very important to trace the reception history in the case of the paramyological genre of quotations. Thank God we can do it now. We have the tools to do it. We have the resources. And this is, I believe, the way to go from a methodological standpoint. Another important thing is that, and this is something I think someone else mentioned yesterday, individual users can be the initiators of language change, sometimes themselves, sometimes the people who steal their ideas or their words, but single users can change and can actually coin a proverb or proverbial phrase. And I believe these two case studies call into question the process of lexicalization and how it imbricates with semantic change. I promised to speak lowly. I hope I did at least that. You're welcome. So if you have any questions, suggestions, or comments, you're free to ask them now or email me right there. Thank you.
You ended like a priest. Open your speak now or be quiet all of the rest of your life. But we are not getting married, so you can contact him later also. So questions, suggestions, comments. I think that it would be nice to give him a suggestion. Not a personal, but about the subject. What to go on with this more. Yes, please.
Now there we go. Thank you. Really interesting, particularly the second part about the mending, watch, blah, blah, blah. And what was surprising to me was the specialization of that phraseologism and the fact that it only applies to this particular context. Can you think of any other such examples of phraseology? Or I don't know, just to...
I don't think I can. And what is particularly special about this one is that it had a very, very narrow niche from the very beginning. And it's very, I was in the sort of like article version of this paper, which will be published in the Yearbook of Phraseology soon. I mentioned that there are other domains where you have phraseological units, or idioms rather, that only a few people in a specific domain know. For example, I don't know, if I say the words Greek church, does anybody know what I'm referring to? And it's not a building?
Can you repeat that, please?
Greek church. But it's not a building. What do you think it is? No. Greek church is what people who like bowling call when pins 1 and 11 are left standing. And that's called Greek church. Only people who bowl know that. So I was looking for some examples to sort of write a curious footnote. And, in sports particularly, there are cricket, baseball, so on and so forth. There are expressions that only people who like that sport know. And I thought bowling was small enough to, be comparable. But other than that, no.
Second part of the question. Do you think the fact that it's a stereotyped comparison contributes to that specialization, or it's just because it's kind of contradicts the first part about the food quotation, because it seems to be only applied to restaurants and those kinds of businesses. I don't know.
Yes, like I said, the second quotation, I believe, was borrowed for stylistic purposes. It sounds good. This is what I want to do. Shaw was very acerbic as well. So I like this job. I'm going to use it. But only stylistically, not because of the theme of the thing.
Thank you.
Do you know what's bull's eye?
Yeah, in darting.
Good. Yeah, good. I thought that it is a small enough subject that you wouldn't know. Yes. Have you ever got that? Bull's eye?
No, I'm terrible.
I have. Okay. So, you have? Oh, good. So, some more questions? Or, yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a question about the first winged word, about the love of food, because it's, I think, more common than the second one. Do you know the ratio, when people use it, where they attribute it to shore, and the ratio where they use it like a proverb or, without giving any reference? What do you reckon?
If I had to bet, because I haven't done the math, I'd say 3-1 with attribution.
Okay, thanks.
3-1, 4-1, closer to like 75-80%.
Some more things?
And there are examples, like I said, in Portuguese, but also in German, I found, in Spanish, like in translation.
Something more to say? If not, I thank you.
Thank you.
And then I invite the speakers and a stunt for the speaker. Thank you for all participants, especially those who had some questions and comments, and thank you for all the others also. So we are going to have now pause. The greatest love is the love to food. So now it is time for lunch, if I have right, yes? And we will be back at, hopefully we will get back at 12:30. No, 12:30. This is at 2:00. Okay, we start the lunch break 12:30. Yeah, so at 2:00 we are going to be here, and then afterwards we'll see what we are going to do. Okay, thank you. Have a bon appetit.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso. Entre a areia e a água. Com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar. Na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. lançar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quer cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra. Mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me num manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Sueño con volver al azul del cielo y del mar. Tantos recuerdos que forman parte del camino que hemos recorrido. Mis pasos se convierten cada vez más en un vuelo sobre el pavimento de esta tierra que es mía. Mis hombros están más ligeros, despojados de la rutina diaria. Una maravilla constante en lo que veo y reviso, que despierta mi mirada a las diferencias y contrastes. Las mañanas descubren la sonrisa que a veces oculto. Abrazamos el día y encontramos a la gente de nuestra tierra, mar adentro, llena de vida. Perdemos la memoria de las rutinas. Recorremos las calles de la mano, intercambiando miradas y sonrisas, destellos de luz y simpatía. Quiero cansarme en este verde intenso, entre la arena y el agua, con los pies en la sal de esta tierra y este mar, en la dulzura de este río. Abrigarme con un manto de cultura y tradición. Hay un lugar que nos espera, como un templo, un castillo, donde nuestros cuerpos se revitalizan. Sonidos, colores, aromas, texturas, en un mezclado de fantasía y realidad que me provoca sensaciones únicas. Cuando recuerdo las esquinas que ya hemos doblado, imagino cuánto hemos crecido y vivido. Entre las partidas y llegadas, vivimos la nostalgia del regreso. Tavira es así. Cuando elegimos ser nosotros mismos, el viaje a través del tiempo nunca se detiene. Elijo Tavira.
Sonho voltar ao azul do céu e do mar. Tantas memórias que fazem parte do caminho que percorremos. Os meus passos são cada vez mais um voo sobre a calçada desta terra que é minha. Os meus ombros estão mais leves, despidos de cotidiano. Um espanto permanente no que vejo e revejo, que desperta o meu olhar para as diferenças e os contrastes. As manhãs descobrem o sorriso que às vezes escondo. Abraçamos o dia e encontramos as gentes da nossa terra. Mar adentro, cheias de vida. Perdemos a memória das rotinas. Desbravamos as ruas de mãos dadas, a trocar olhares e sorrisos. Rasgos de luz e simpatia. Quero cansar-me pelo verde intenso, entre a areia e a água, com os pés no sal desta terra e deste mar, na doçura deste rio. Agasalhar-me no manto de cultura e tradição. Há um lugar à nossa espera, como um templo, um castelo, onde os nossos corpos se revitalizam. Sons, cores, aromas, texturas, num misto de fantasia e de realidade que me provoca sensações únicas. Quando recordo as esquinas que já dobramos, imagino o quanto crescemos e vivemos. Entre as partidas e as chegadas, vivemos a nostalgia do regresso. Tavira é assim. Quando escolhemos ser nós próprios, a viagem pelo tempo nunca para. Eu escolho Tavira.
Boa tarde a todos. Vamos dar início à nossa sessão da tarde. Good afternoon. Welcome to this session. The first presentation will be by Marco Gusset from Germany. Marco is not online. We will present a short movie with this presentation. about design principles and the e-learning of ancient Near East proverbs.
Dear fellow lovers of Proverbs, at ICP last year I presented 9 design principles as guidelines to create an e-learning intervention on the basis of ancient Near East proverbs. Unfortunately, a delay occurred in my research work, so the empirical research couldn't start as scheduled. But the stage of constructing, running, evaluating this prototype e-learning course will start soon. This year I want to give you an overview on a pool of educational tools for teaching and assessments chosen on the basis of these 9 design principles. But first, a reminder, an overview on what this research is about. The research problem was that ancient proverbs and e-learning seem like completely different worlds. We have a huge gap of time. Also, the culture and figurative language of the proverbs may be unknown to contemporary students. We have oral learning strategies based on memorizing and observation on one side, versus strategies based on literacy with access to knowledge anytime. And the strategy to bridge this gap was looking for a linking element. And this linking element then should propose a suitable teaching and assessment methodology just for the ancient proverbs in e-learning. And this link consists of design principles. They are the result when we look at the original educational characteristics of proverbs and the needs of contemporary students through the lens of learning theory. And in the image you see a bit about the process of creating these design principles. They are the result of merging 4 sections together, 4 areas. The first is educational characteristics of the proverbs. And I found several and grouped them into instruction persuasion, engaging the mind, and strengthening accountability and maturity. The second area is student needs. For example, needed cognitive abilities to cope with proverbs, needed cultural and hermeneutical knowledge about ancient proverbs. And then we have the area of learning theories. There are 2 sections. First, the conventional learning theories. These are behaviorism, constructivism, cognitivism, connectivism, and andragogy. These are then used to describe the learning process via ancient proverbs. And then I found additional learning theories. These bridge the gap between proverbs and e-learning in a special way. For example, sociological theories about what people are looking for when they enter online communities and about what can foster learning within such groups. There are also theories about introducing people to new technology and the purposeful use of it. I also found orality as a linking element, as it was not only the foundation for exchange of information in an illiterate culture, but also in our digital age. People increasingly prefer audio and video content instead of written information. So there is a new digital orality. Also, several approaches of teaching virtue and teaching proverbs were examined. Now we come to a possible teaching methodology on the basis of the proposed 9 design principles. I give you a few examples of how each of these principles can be implemented. In this overview, I don't differentiate between teaching and assessing, as many tools can be used for both purposes. First principle, proverbs set the pace. This means let proverbs impact learners and deploy them according to their teaching level. Regarding content, it's necessary to lay the hermeneutical and cultural foundations. that students can understand and apply them properly. Literary devices of proverbs can be identified by students via matching exercises or multiple choice, for example. And also within short video conferences, students can get randomly selected proverbs and present their suggested interpretation, followed then by discussions among the peer students. An interesting tool suggested by Hamid et al. They used augmented reality to help students independently discover meanings of Malayan proverbs. Markers were placed in visualizations of proverbs, and when scanned with a smartphone, they revealed further information for a better understanding of these proverbs. The second principle is narrate. This means amplifying and depicting the messages of proverbs via storytelling. Videos and animations for storytelling provide additional processing channels in order to help learners make more relevant associations with the proverb. And we can also introduce new subjects with illustrative stories, either from ancient texts or real-life stories from the students. And we can also present groups with case studies to find suitable proverbs which shed light on the situation. Important is for these elements, these stories, that they should fit well into the superordinate master narrative for a unit. The next one is relevance. This means making a unit or activities relevant for each learner's life and communicate its relevance. Here, students should be appreciated together with their pre-knowledge and get the chance to incorporate it into the course. They are grown-ups, they have experience. Also, at the beginning of units, brainstorming and sharing personal experience helps connect students to a new subject. An interesting tool is biography-oriented catechesis. It helps relate a proverb to personal life. Here, participants describe a situation from their life and then they ponder aloud on a suitable proverb, which is read to them from others. Problem-based learning. Here, students can learn for real life by reflecting on an authentic problem using proverbs. Another tool is encouraging a small project within the learner's own community where they live, while support for preparing and conducting this project is offered. And through creating an e-portfolio, throughout the course, students can document and display their development for themselves and also peer students. Number 4, challenge but support. Here, learners actively work out knowledge and can count on support when needed. For example, learning tasks. They are assigned to learners which require them to independently do research and collect material. Or pro and contra discussions about ambiguous, contrary, or otherwise challenging sayings. It is important to incorporate instructor support as well as peer support via forum or conference, that students know they are not alone with the challenge. It's also possible to encourage learners to use new media or technologies for an assignment. For example, a podcast about a favorite proverb. Examples and how-tos should then be provided. Number 5, sustainability. Guiding to mastery and self-directedness creates empowerment with a long-term effect. To implement this, units of input, discussion, practice, or the like should alternate in order to enable students to autonomously discern the meaning of a proverb and apply it. Also, a thorough sequencing or taxonomy of units, like Bloom's taxonomy, helps to ensure that the lesson objectives can be reached. The completion of these small steps is what then at the end can be assessed to discern whether the course objectives were achieved. Gamification. This tool deploys gaming elements for learning and provides opportunities to test new skills in a safe environment. Similar is adaptive learning. It deploys artificial intelligence to understand the competence and needs of the learner and then presents just in the right moment the right lesson to lead him one step further. An authentic assessment requires students to apply their knowledge and consolidate it through transferring it into a situation related to real life. Principle 6, collaboration. This means creating an active and diverse learning community with a shared interest. Tools or methods for this principle are communicating the educational goals throughout the course and in its contributing parts like advertisement, syllabus, group culture, or a task description. And this fosters a sense of community and a shared interest. Also encouraging regular posting and answering tasks in the forum. Occasional and optional video conference to promote a sense of belonging. And at last, group assignments to profit from the diversity of skills and experience all the other students bring into the group. And an example for such a group assignment is a wiki, a collaborative article. Number 7, simplicity. Short, structured units with manageable sequences. Tools for this principle are clear communication of tasks, requirements, objectives to prevent confusion. Also a reduced and corporate design of the learning environment to reduce distraction. A repetitive structure for each week with reminders for the capstone project at the end. Providing snapshots of hyperlinked media content to avoid cognitive overload, so that when students click on links that they know what is coming there, what is the content, so they can decide which link to choose, where to press, where to click. And microlearning. Microlearning are short, repeatable and engaging units which don't overburden learners. They are arranged in a sequence with gradually increasing difficulty. Design principle 8, diversity. This means employing diverse resources methodology to facilitate individual learning preferences. For example, via providing all content as video, audio, text, and supporting images to take into account individual learning preference and internet bandwidth, because a picture needs less bandwidth than a video. Providing additional material sources for those who want to know more. And it's also important to provide good accessibility wherever possible. For example, alt text embedded in images to enable screen reading for the visually impaired. And students should also have the choice of different formats for assessed assignments according to their preference. For example, texts or memorizing proverbs, creating a podcast or a creative project like art. And the last one, technology as the means and not the end. It should be used purposefully, adequately and user-friendly. For example, chosen tools like the learning management system should be easy to use. Also, a provision of guides into new tools is important, like a short video guide. And also employed technology should provide immediate feedback to a user activity. This is when you finish a quiz, then the results of it become presented immediately, or confirming the submission of a contribution. So this was a short overview on the choice of teaching and assessment tools on the basis of the proposed design principles for ancient Near East proverbs in e-learning. I hope that by next year I'll be able to report results from practice. If you are also creating e-learning courses on Proverbs, feel free to test these proposed methods and tools or adapt them to your needs. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't have Marco online, but if you have some questions, you can send it to us and we will email them to Marco. So we go to the next speaker, that is Katerina Chikova from Germany, and she will speak about an interesting subject, German speakers of Czech. Yes. The floor is yours.
Only a few seconds, yes. Back. No. Can you hear me? No. Can I have some microphone for the... Yes. Now. Hello, everybody. So, good afternoon. My name is Kateřina, and I am from the Czech Republic, from Brno. Now I live in Germany, and I work at the University of Regensburg. And I am here today to talk to you something about German speakers of Czech as the heritage language and competence in Czech about the Proverbs. But first I would like to say thank you to Christian, Lisa and Wolfgang to say to me, come to Tavira. And thank you to Rui and his wife for this opportunity. It is very nice here, and thank you to be here and not now at the ocean. So now, what are the questions? In my research, I have already addressed several questions regarding the competence of heritage speakers in the heritage language Czech. Do they retain Czech idioms in the mental lexicon? If so, which types of idioms and how firmly are these idioms retained? And what strategies do heritage speakers use to recall idioms? And today, they are another question and another question. Do heritage speakers know Czech proverbs? And are they familiar with the concept of hláška? It means in Czech iconic movie quotes or catchphrases. And do they know Czech catchphrases? Here is what you can expect in the next few minutes. And now we will talk about heritage language and heritage speakers. So what is it? There are a large number of definitions in the literature and also different terminology. So you can hear or read Volnian Czech and regional variety of Czech in Texas and so on and so on. And now I would like to read something because my English is not so well. When analyzing varieties of Czech formed in a foreign context, it is essential to specify which generation of speakers is being discussed. The Czech language of immigrants who acquired Czech in Czechoslovakia or Czechia and then experienced some language erosion after immigration will differ markedly from that of their children, or even more from the grandchildren
or great-grandchildren, who many know only a few scattered words and cultural traditions. So the data are presented here today. They are from my students, and this is the second generation, and the area, it's clear, it's in Germany. So what is this heritage language? It is a language that the speaker acquired and used at home in childhood, or still uses, but which is not the language of the majority social environment. And the speaker has not become the dominant language, the language has not become the dominant language for the speaker. This is very, very important. Where are these speakers? Also differently broad concepts in research. So I think it is a generation from immigrants, the children who have lived in a bilingual or multilingual environment since birth or early childhood. And this is why I say seconders, and who have acquired the language of the ancestors in the family and the language of the majority society, either simultaneously or with a time gap. So they went to school in Germany, but before they spoke at home Czech. And so the speakers are bilingual. So we have here a specific case of language contacts. This is very important for the competence in the phraseology area. The relationship between the two languages, it is not easy to describe, but in most cases of the languages is more solid. Competence in each functional area may vary. So the German language is stronger in this case. And this is from AI, a picture. Of course, it is very difficult to say this is a typical heritage speaker. It is not possible. But there are a few things that all these speakers have in common. I think so. For example, speakers lack orientation in the Czech language system. For example, interference with German. For example, similar types of mastered phenomena or of deviations and errors in Czech. And for us teacher, very important, rapid learning progression. And of course, in common is also to know or to know, to don't know the phrases or proverbs. We are talking about proverbs, about phraseology, so I have to say something to this point. I adopt the definition from František Čermák, from my big teacher, and I would like to say the important feature for us today is the psycholinguistic stability. That means the phraseme is a whole, is mentally stored, and as a whole is recalled from the mental lexicon when it needs to be used. And how to show it? So we need additional tests. I will show you after this. So for me, like from František, proverbs and catchphrases are also in this big area about phraseology. So also proverbs and catchphrases are phrasemes. But when you need some definitions or some discuss about this point, I think we had yesterday a great presentation. Thank you, Damien. So I don't need say something more about definitions of Proverbs. When you have questions, please ask Damien. When you are not, or when Damien is at the ocean or in a coffee break, you can ask also Wolfgang and also František, unfortunately not because he is not here, but these are my three sources. Can you say me please what proverb do you see here? Nice. Yes. Yes. And now for all the best. It is a very famous and very important proverb in my country, in Czechia. Every Czech is a musician. Now, this should show you we all know Proverbs. We all have them here stored. And this is what I wanted to know about my scholars. Proverbs, often the people say often Proverbs are not so present in public space. I don't think so. When we know, we see Proverbs everywhere. And in the Czech culture, proverbs and anti-proverbs are really very present in public space, in the school, and so on. It's really for us, it is important. More, I think, for the German. Also, the new generation can see proverbs in memes. So thank you, Damien, again, for your presentation yesterday. Also, there can we find it. What about catchphrases? I think everybody knew some iconic movies. And catchphrases from Czech movies, from Czech fairy tales and comedies are very, very often used in everyday conversation. And this is common across all generations. I think it's a big difference between Czech and German culture. We use them all the time. Can you see or say me what movie? Yes, James Bond. So advertising often use catchphrases. It's only for your dogs, for Wolfgang's Labradors. Also, the picture are the sources for this thing, yes? So, what I did. For this meeting, I asked only 10 heritage speakers because we have not so much of them. And also I had a control group of native speakers of Czech. And I worked with questionnaires and follow-up interviews. And I used for my questionnaires 3 resources. The big dictionary from František Čermák only with Proverbs, only with Czech Proverbs, and are also the first 100 mostly frequent. Second, I used also our book, Czech book for foreigners. We use this book in our classes. And third, I used also the core of the optimum of Czech. This is new, and this is something from Corpus, from Maria and me from last year. And how does it work? Can you say, please, the end? Little fish, small fish, there are some varieties, but I think this you know it. Yes. Yes. So this is what I did with my students. Yes. They had 77 proverbs, and they should write the end. And here you can see, or you can not see, the completed questionnaires. So you can also see that the heritage speakers have not stored the most well-known Czech proverbs in the mental lexicon. You see that there is nothing they don't know when I ask in this way. Except for a few that appeared in the Czech language textbooks, because we worked with them. So this clearly shows, in my opinion, that the presence of proverbs in language classes and books is very, very important. And sometimes were mistakes in these answers. Which sort of mistakes? Maybe influence of the dominant language German. For example, Kleider machen Leute. Clothes make the man. Man is in plural. So in Czech is only singular. So this is, in my opinion, influence of German. Maybe the answer is would be influenced of the dominant language, because sometimes the students in these follow-up interviews said, if I don't know it in Czech, I go into the German in my head and then back. And because of a very high degree of equivalence in terminology and phraseology between German and Czech language, maybe it does work. I don't know. Second, the context is very important, because I did some other experiment. When students were given texts in which a proverb was omitted and several proverbs as choice, they completed 90 to 100%. So we see heritage speakers can infer the meaning of the proverb from its lexical form if the context is given and if the context is clear. And I think this is a way for the didactic, how to work with them. Now we had such a presentation. And Joanna, thank you very much. Also, these introducers, also this was Peter Durčo, paramyologische Konnektoren nennt, what he says, connectors. They are very, very important for recognizing and understanding, and I think when we teach these sentences, so we can go sure the people, the heritage speakers, recognize, and then they think maybe it is a proverb there. or also foreign language teaching, it's the same. What about catchphrases? This was not good. I had 35 iconic movie quotes from some analysis from these both colleagues, and the end should be added to the first 10 best-known catchphrases. And unfortunately, nobody wrote the ending. Nobody. And when I asked after in this interview, they said it is maybe in our family also it is used, but not these, some others. And for another 25, the respondents should only mark which catchphrases they know. This was a little better. You see 3 green points. So 10 or 15% was there. But also here, I think they don't know this. So to come to end, what is the competence? I think these are 2 steps, 2 points. First, a certain kind of knowledge, awareness of the specificity and characteristic features of the units of the language. And I think we know about it. Every adults know this. And the second, mastery of a number of phonemes in the language. And of course, it takes a different form for each speaker, for us, for everybody of us. So what is the result of this mini study here? Heritage speakers know the phenomena of Proverbs, yes, clear, of course, they are in the university. But Czech Proverbs, only a few, and only these Proverbs, they are very high equivalent with German and Czech language. But in catchphrases, phenomena, yes, of course, because they know the memes and they know German and English catchphrases, no shit Sherlock or früher war Melameta and so on. But in Czech, no. No, they don't know such things. So I think we have to teach them these things. And so I hope we can discuss in the evening or next time impulses for teaching, because I am working now at a little book about Proverbs for these special classes of heritage speakers. And maybe, I hope so, I can show you next year my results about these books. And I would like to say thank you very much for your attention and for your patience.
Thank you, Katerina, for your so much interesting presentation. We have time now for some questions. Irina.
A very simple question. The students you asked, they are studying what? Engineering, philological, because it's a huge difference.
Thank you very much. The students, they studied everything except linguistics. They are a lawyer or dentists or so on, and they say, please, I would like to make my heritage language computation higher. So they are not linguists. They are only students at the university. I said dentists or lawyer and history and medicine and I don't know, but no. This is only language class, not linguistics class. Yes, they take this language courses to be better in this heritage language check.
Congratulations to them. We fully support their demand. Okay, it's very good that they wish to learn it.
Yes, I think so. Yes. And the language courses are especially designed for them. So it's not only a language class because they are. This is other pupil. They have already knowledges. They understand a lot. They know a lot about Czechia because the grandmother or grandfather they are living in the country. This is the special, and this is why I ask about this competence in phraseology and paramology, because this is another group than we are. We are, or I am foreign. Yes. Thank you for the question.
Yes. Well, certainly in England, we find that younger people do not know the Proverbs. You know, they were born in England, they're in England, but they don't know the Proverbs. And that is a terrible thing, really. You say something, oh, well, what are you talking about? So it's not just over there.
Wenn ich Sie richtig verstehe, sagen Sie auch Muttersprachler kennen keine. I must go sure because my English is so bad. Yes, you are right. Of course, Harald Burger, I think, and Miss Ms. Heki Buhofer, they made analysis about this, and and Mr. Korhonen, and they say we say often foreign speakers are so bad in phraseology, but the native speakers also are so bad. I know you are right, but the point is, I think it depends. From the country of the education, because our children in Czechia, I mean also in Polish and maybe Croatian and Slovenian and so on, they are something better because there are a lot of exercises and so on in the school books. Our school, in the school from the first class, we have to learn proverbs and phrasemes and so on. This is very important. So I know the books from Germany, and there is nothing. So maybe it depends of the country. I don't know if you understand me.
Oh, of course I do. But I can tell you it's the same in Australia, where my daughter is a linguist, and she asked, what do these things mean? For example, what is to spend a penny? Oh, don't know what you're talking about. Of course, the word penny isn't in use anyway, but it's the same all over the world, I think. Well, certainly Australia and England.
Yes,
so
and this is I thank you very much for this statement, because I think it's very interesting and very important to be here in this group, because we are from foreign countries and different countries, and so we see the differences, and it's very nice and very interesting.
So thank you very much. So just to make sure, I had one question about the students. So their ages are between 18 and 25, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so Czech would be their second foreign language after English, for example? Or?
No. This is the point. This is not the foreign language. This is the heritage language. Heritage language is, I go back here. They have, you can imagine, it's not the case, but if Matthias and me, would have children. And my child, I am a Czech woman, but I am living now in German. And I speak with my child Czech. So it's not foreign language for this child, and he speaks German, and the child goes to the German school. So the child can write in German better than in Czech, and so on. But Czech is not a foreign language. This is the point. This is a special group of respondents and of learners. It's a very special group because when I am foreign in Germany, I have to learn every word. The heritage speakers understand a lot of this European common phrases. They are B or C by understanding. Yes, they maybe they don't speak, or they speak with a lot of errors and mistakes and so on, and very much of interferences. But it's not foreign language.
So the study shows that they have more catchphrases in a foreign language like English than their heritage language, so which is quite surprising. But it shows that in terms of exposure to cultural references, with the impact of American culture, through TV series and so on, because you said they know about things like No Shit Sherlock.
Yes.
So in terms of propagating agents, they've been more exposed to American sitcoms or whatever. So
because they are more, when I understand right, you are right, because they are more in contact with U.S. movies and so on. But it is very hard to explain it for me. But they know very well a class of phraseology, die sogenannten kommunikativen Phraseme. Die Phrasemes to communicate without accent, without problem. They can use a lot of these phraseological units, but they are a lot. This is this first picture here. I made some interviews and so on, and this is very. This is also a difference between these heritage speakers and foreign speakers, because they know a big part of phraseological area. And my question is, what kind of phrasemes or of proverbs do they not know? What have I to teach them? They know a lot about, I said, about the country, about they can speak or read. Can I answer your question?
I would like to ask or point that the heritage language can be the emotional language for them.
Yes.
But foreign language, it is not as that way emotional.
For me,
of course,
it's also emotional.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the. It is not connected with grandmother or something like that has more of feelings. I mean emotions, not feelings.
Lisa is 100% right, because, and this is why I wrote generation. Because, for example, there are a lot of Czech or German also in USA, in Texas. And this is the fifth or sixth generation. They don't speak anymore. They knew 5 words: collage, cake, or sukně, such skirt of this country, of these folklore things. But they say, in my heart, I am a Czech, so I have to live or to make Czech culture in my day. So they used Czech meals and so on, but they don't speak. So you are right. This is emotional thing.
I wanted to add something. Other dialects in Czech, I mean, because I'm a Croat, and for example, when our people live in Germany, let us say, they come from very poor villages, and they speak quite often dialects that are really today very changed respect to the time they left the country, and they don't at all speak standard Croatian.
Yes.
So once when I was in Germany, I've heard their children speaking perfect German. They are very, very, how to say, fine in these nuances of German language. And then they started speaking Croatian, speaking you as do. That was, for me, incredible. But they have learned it from their grandparents. So I wanted to hear, because it is very complicated, yes, very emotional, but it depends on the Slavic language. For example, Croatian has got a lot of dialects, and that is not standard language. How the things with Czech?
It's similar. Now it is not so hard. We have the dialects.
But I mean, you are intellectual,
yes,
so with your children you would speak well.
But I know what you mean, because they are analyses from Texas Czech. This third or fourth generation, the people came from Moravia, and they have hardcore dialect in the Czech. It will be never used, but yes, this is very nice. And this is auch, the point is why I wanted to show you, because they are very only a few of analysis and so on. This is a point. This is new, and there are no kind of Forschung, neue researches, and maybe we can make some together. I think this is only Czech-German example, but we have a lot of Croats abroad and so on. So thank you very much for your attention, for your questions, and the next
Thank you, Katerina. Thank you for your clear explanations. And our next speaker will be Mazlina Ljubicic from the University of Zagreb, Croatia, Republika Hrvatska. Her presentation will be about relatives in law in Italian and Croatian proverbs. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your perfect presentation, because Rui pronounces perfectly in Croatian, I mean, it is very difficult to pronounce for strangers Hrvatska, because we have a R which makes syllables. Something like in Polish, Plzen and Pr. But it is difficult, so that's okay to say Croatia, but Hrvatska, it was perfect. So thank you. In Western culture, functions, okay, a clear distinction is made between consanguinity and affinity kinship, which is determined by social norms and defined by laws. This mechanism is evident in the English denomination, where in-law designates a relative acquired by marriage, mother-in-law, in Italian suocera, brother-in-law, cognato, relatives-in-law, relatives of one's spouse, in Italian parenti acquisiti. In Spanish, the adjective politico is used. For example, madre politica, synonym suegra, mother-in-law. Hijo politico, synonym yerno, Italian general, son-in-law. Unlike blood relatives who are acquired through offspring, relatives-in-law are acquired through marriages. When a man marries a woman, he becomes related to her parents, brothers, and other relatives. And vice versa, a woman through marriage also acquires various relatives-in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, etc. And then when their children get married, they will have sons-in-law and daughters-in-law. The aim of the article is to analyze examples extracted from the corpus of Italian and Croatian kinship proverbs in order to reveal mental imagery related to in-laws in these two languages, verifying their socio-cultural and linguistic similarities and differences. It is interesting that many Italian proverbs express not too favorable attitude towards relatives-in-law. More precisely, relatives of the wife and husband are often not treated equally. The following proverbs stress that the wife's relatives have easier access to the couple's home, and here also metaphors are quite interesting. If you are related to the rooster, se sei parente del gallo, vai a pollarlo di quando in quando. Se sei parente della gallina, if you are related to the hen, go there in the evening and in the morning. Or the same thing in the next one. Whoever wants to be invited to the banquet is related to the wife and not to the husband. To go to his house, you have to be related to her. And here with the dog, cane e cagna, è meglio essere parenti della cagna e non del cane. It is better to be related to the bitch and not to the dog. I parenti della moglie sono dolci come il miele, i parenti del marito sono agri come l'aceto. The wife's relatives are sweet as honey, the husband's relatives are as bitter as vinegar. The husband's relatives are as bitter as vinegar. Husband's relatives read snakes, serpi di caneto. Wife's relatives, roses in the glass. Chi è parente alla gonella va sempre come una rondinella. Whoever is related to the skirt always goes like a swallow. That is literally translation. However, whoever is related to the trousers goes to the stubble. Nevertheless, like many other proverbs, those with relatives-in-law sometimes contradict each other. For example, the following speaks of the husband relatives through the metaphor of camicia. No, that's not. Camicia shirt worn by the husband that is closer to the body than the wife's relatives, metaphorized as gonella, skirt, once a loose female garment. Stringe più la camicia che la gonella. Shirt is closer than the skirt. There is then the interesting terminological distinction that exists in Croatian. Unlike Italian, in Croatian, the existence of terms that are different for in-laws on the wife's and husband's side enables a clear distinction of content, and therefore the mental image is more explicitly formulated. For example, Italian suocero and suocera correspond either to the Croatian punac otast and punica otashta, that is to say, wife's parents. And svekar and svekrva, husband's parents, it is both is covered with Italian suocera, suocero, the same as in English. Therefore, the Italian polysemic word suocera, which appears frequently in Proverbs, correspond to two Croatian terms. The clear conceptual difference can be seen in the following Croatian proverb, where svekrva and punica contradict each other. Here it is: a dog and a bitch, said the husband's mother, svekrva. A pigeon and a dove, replied the wife's mother, this punica. The second one, this punica, wife's mother, helps her daughter's marriage, while the husband's mother stereotypically does not, since she is jealous of her daughter-in-law who stole her son. Let us mention that in Croatian there are also other very precise terms that are found in our corpus of Proverbs. Although we can say that normally at North today we have Germanisms that cover both, but in Proverbs there are not these Germanisms. I've found these distinctions. That is precise terms that are found in our Proverbs, like Jeterva, wife of husband's brother, or Zava, husband's sister. Both of them correspond to the Italian cognata, sister-in-law. Because of the polysemy of the Italian term suocera, the same as in English mother-in-law, some sayings could be interpreted in two ways, as the husband's or wife's mother. We can quote here the example of an Italian title of a piece of Avant Spettacolo by Totò, Antonio De Curtis, an Italian comic actor, screenwriter, and musician. Totò, in his title, starts from the famous proverb, tra moglie e marito non mettere il dito, don't put a finger between a wife and husband. And he makes his title, tra moglie e marito, la suocera e il dito, between wife and husband, mother-in-law, and a finger. Here, I think the picture shows that it is her mother for him. That is humorous, of course. Suocera, the polysemous word, refers to the wife's mother. In the following Italian proverb, the mention of uomo, man, shows that suocera refers to the wife's mother. Without mother-in-law by his side, the man is happy, blissful. This proverb is constructed and following the pattern of a well-known one about the wife. Without wife by his side, the man is not happy. This is senza moglie al lato, l'uomo non è meato. This is one of the fundamental Italian proverbs, which stress the importance of wife for the man. On the other side, we can see here a picture, obviously photomontage, where ho come il presentimento che non sarà facile. I have a feeling that it won't be easy because the husband's mother takes him by hand. So it won't be easy. In the following Italian proverb, the mention of uomo, man, shows that suocera refers to the wife's mother. Senza suocera al lato, l'uomo è beato. Without mother-in-law by his side, the man is blissful or happy. This proverb is, I have said, it is... the mother-in-law appears very frequently in Italian proverbs. Le suocere sono come le radici. Mothers-in-law are like roots, all more or less bitter. The second one is who is the mother-in-law? A thorn in the back. Then the following is the viper that bit my mother-in-law died of poisoning. Or the viper bit my mother-in-law and she died of poisoning. For the most part, they refer to the husband's mother. In some Italian dialects, there is a terminological distinction. For example, in Neapolitan dialect, socra is husband's mother and gnora is wife's mother. Therefore, in the Neapolitan variant of the proverb that I have quoted now, the use of the lexeme socra specifies the meaning, husband's mother. The snake that bit my husband's mother died of poison. U serpe kamuce kaja a sokrema murete a tuoseko. Husband's mother in Croatian, svekara, is the object of hatred of her daughter-in-law, while the second, punica, is above all the object of jokes. To illustrate this, it is enough to quote the modern saying, žene, a pogotovo punice, women or wives, same thing in Croatian, especially wives' mothers, are always right. Here is one humorous picture regarding Punice, husband's mother. It is written somewhere in Herzegovina. That is background of Dalmatia in Herzegovina, and it is written girl for marriage, and down you can read mother-in-law for free, gratis. It comes together. The French philosopher and satiric moralist Jean de la Bruyère, in his book Les Caractères from the 17th century, among other observations on human nature, acutely defined relationships with in-laws. In English translation, a father-in-law loves his son-in-law and daughter-in-law. A mother-in-law loves her son-in-law and not her daughter-in-law. Everything is mutual. What La Bruyère noted seems to be valid for the most part up to this day. In our corpus of Proverbs, it can be explained not only by the jealousy on the part of the husband's mother, but also by patriarchal conditions of life in larger families. Relationships between mother-in-law and son-in-law do not specifically concern household management issues and are easier than those between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. So it is better to be the mother-in-law of a son-in-law than the mother-in-law of a daughter-in-law. And the second one, a better mother-in-law of a son-in-law than mother-in-law of a daughter-in-law. And the third one is who has daughters get caresses from son-in-law. Who has sons gets enemies, daughter-in-law. In the following proverb, suocera refers to the husband's mother. In Venetian dialect, whoever does not have mother-in-law or sister-in-law, cuñada, is a lucky wife. On the other hand, here, suocero is wife's father. Whoever does not have father-in-law or brother-in-law is an unfortunate husband. The mentioned proverb, first of these, expresses also the relation with the husband's sister, cognata. Actually, antagonisms between the wife and her husband's sister are proverbial, and they are completely absent from the husband and his wife's brother, from the second example. We shall see the same about husband-sisters in Croatian proverbs, where there is a specific term in Croatian, zalva or zalva. In Proverbs, we encounter the image of the mother-in-law and as a bad, unbearable person traditionally hated by her daughter-in-law. The stepmother stereotypically shares the same negative qualities as the mother-in-law, and actually they are quite often connected in the lexical binomium suocera e matrigna. They appear together. Mother-in-law and stepmother, mange and ringworm, and so on. The second one I don't understand, but the fact is that they appear in this binomial. I don't know why they are cursed by Saint Andrew, but they appear together. Mother-in-law and stepmother symbolize the most hateful part of a home. This is seen in the advice given in guests given to guests in the following enumerative proverb, which says that in other people's homes, praise everyone up to the mother-in-law and the stepmother. And the same is in Spanish, God protect you from evil horse, mother-in-law and stepmother. Binomial suocera e nuora is metaphor for quarrel. Daughter-in-law and mother-in-law will often be cooked. It is an example from the 13th century Italian collection of Proverbs, because these two female figures are two realities that have never gotten along. Both of them can be good, but when put together, one becomes bitter like toxic, and the other wicked like poison. And that is from the dialect of Puglia, here, the proverb. Their systematic discord and inability to understand each other is truly proverbial. The expression Italian essere suocera e nuora is almost as widespread as essere cane e gatto, to be a dog and a cat. Both the binomials are found in the following Spanish proverbs: suegra e nuera, perro y gato, no comen en el mismo plato. Their living together really seems to be hard. Here are some examples. For example, second one is mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, eyes and smoke. Third is mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the devil and holy water. And between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the devil works. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, storm and hail, which we find also among German Proverbs. Schwiegermutter und Schwiegertochter sind gleich Sturm und Hagelwetter. Suocera e nuora, cattiva parentela, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, bad kinship. And we can go on mentioning them. The mother-in-law with her daughter-in-law is the cat with the dog, and so on. Also in Croatian, from the dialect of Vis, se karva i nevista, burdil za ništa, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, a mess for nothing. Some proverbs express advices, very often for a husband, how to behave to avoid arguments between his mother and sister-in-law. He should not criticize everything. So if the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are supposed to get along well, you don't have to put your foot on every stone. Or don't say a word between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in general, of course, not only the husband. The mother-in-law is contrasted with the mother, and the daughter-in-law contrasted with the daughter. There is a big difference between them, and metaphorically it is expressed in the following proverbs. Mother and daughter can fit a bottle. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law do not fit in a barn. The same thing, the next one, taking an image from sewing, we can see here the mother covers you, the mother-in-law scatters you. Also in a more complex proverb in which the mother-in-law expresses her wish about a desirable season in which her daughter and her daughter-in-law should give birth, because in winter the absence of agricultural work allows greater care to be taken of a woman who gives birth. The mother can help her own daughter. On the other hand, the mother-in-law prefers her daughter-in-law to give birth in summer, when she cannot assist her much. A mother-in-law is a good mother for her son. It is in Croatian here. There are many variants of Proverbs about the desired death of mother-in-law. And it is interesting, for example, mother-in-law and jelly are not a good cold. The pain of the mother-in-law's death is intense and brief, like the pain of elbow. The same also in Spanish. This is the last one. Death of mother-in-law, elbow pain. The pain, like many other Proverbs, the following Italian and Spanish Proverbs are humorous. If you want to make a daughter-in-law die of a broken heart, tell her that her mother-in-law is still young. And mother-in-law and the doctor, they better be far away. There is a pun in Italian, because in Italian, in quite a lot of dialects, Madonna is used for a mother-in-law. And Madonna, of course, means also Mary, Virgin Mary. So the place of the Madonna is in the church. All the Madonnas look good in the frame. The Madonnas look good attached to the wall. That is to say, not to have them alive by daughter-in-law. And the same lexeme we can find, the lexemes Swatcher are the same idea. Then the proverb in the dialect of Trieste expresses the home of a girl to marry. God, give me a husband without a mother-in-law. Also, blind mother-in-law, happy daughter-in-law. The next one is also interesting because Virgin Mary took an old husband so as not to have a mother-in-law, because it refers to the fact that nothing has ever been known about Saint Joseph's mother, and as he is considered to be elderly, it is thought that Mary did not have a mother-in-law. And also, the third one here, Mary did not want a mother-in-law even made of sugar. There are many elaborations of the same idea with sugar here, and the mother-in-law was made of sugar and it was bitter and so on. Or in Croatian, she is made of clay and not good, and the bride not good of clay or honey. The mother-in-law should be far away. Vineyard nearby and mother-in-law far away, and so on. Some proverbs give advice on the good behavior of mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Prudent mother-in-law, excellent daughter-in-law, and so on. They are used quite often in the phraseology to criticize indirectly. I speak to your daughter so that the daughter-in-law may understand. In variants, it exists in many languages. A te lo digo hijuela, entiendilo tu nuera. Also in Croatian. Also in Croatian, zao ukaraju, nevjesti svijet davaju. Similar in the meaning is dire o parlare a nuora perché suocera intenda. And in the other direction, I speak to you, mother-in-law, so the daughter-in-law understand.
2 minutes.
Here we can see there's uses of mother-in-law for this flower because of the contrasted colors. And this one is also interesting. It is illustration of oil and vinegar dispenser because they have turned their back one to the other. And it is really lexicalized, I mean. Also, this is a possible name of this cactus, rounded and very thorny cactus. Also, these cakes are mother-in-law's tongues, and the bitter here, liqueur. Also, there are in phraseology Svekrva that entered also the Venetian dialect in this specialized meaning, boring mother-in-law. You know this one from Erasmus in Latin, unica filia duos parare generos. That is to say, to get two things only with one daughter. That is to say, easily. And the next one, metaphorical proverb about antagonism between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. La suocera non ricorda mai che fu nuora. Used metaphorically. Interesting and humorous one is the daughters-in-law are ravioli, full of hostility, you know, and better the text than the mother-in-law. And the next one is based on the proverb, the guest is like the fish, after 3 days it stinks. The mother-in-law is like fish in her daughter-in-law's house, after 3 days it stinks. It seems to be a little bit more modern because they don't live together once they live together. And this is about daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law also in Croatian, the son-in-law is praised. I love my son-in-law because of my daughter. Also here in Croatian, we don't say son-in-law, friendship, winter son, but we say summer night that lasts not very much. And here is that it is very...
Marcelina, you must conclude, please.
Yeah. So, so I can say that really this imagery seems to be the same in two languages, and more explicit in Croatian, sometimes due to the existence of the more precise kinship terminology. It is reflected in the phraseology, and the same mental imagery is shared by other European languages, and it proves the fact that it is the part of the common European cultural heritage. These are so many, I haven't put them either here. It is really, Italian proverbs are very, very rich about these thematics. Thank you very much. Excuse me.
Thank you very much, Marcelina, for sharing your knowledge with us. Time for one question, only one. Okay, I can put one. Are there any proverbs similar for father-in-law?
I've told it that really some proverbs say in Italian as well as in Croatian that happy is the son-in-law who has his father-in-law. And also it was also on the side of the wife that the young bride, she likes the, also in Ganga songs, maybe somebody knows, these are modern songs, Ganga, where it is said that the bride says and sings, I like to have a father-in-law and to have also many brothers-in-law. That is to say, my husband's brothers, but I don't like to have mother-in-law in Croatian, specific from her husband. So there is quite a lot of difference. On the other hand, we can find also in Italian, from the context, that young brides sometimes like husbands' brothers, and there are sometimes incestuous, there are sometimes sexual connotations, because also in a proverb in Croatian, daughter-in-law is bad, don't touch her, because obviously he touches. Because once living together, they were all together, and everything could happen. The same thing in Italy, the same thing I think.
And the same thing in Portugal.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcelina.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Irina Simoni Kalinina from Hungary, talking about the Proverbs about bread and the parallel in Hungarian and Portuguese. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Come together. Okay. I think we heard some presentations concerning bread already in this meeting room, but anyway, I will speak about the Hungarian parallels to the Portuguese proverbs with the component bread. The comparative research of proverbs is a popular object in phrenology. We can find numerous papers examining the correlation between different languages, quite often regarding one of the big languages like English, German, Italian, Russian, etc., and so-called smaller languages. The paralleling between Hungarian and Portuguese proverbs opens a great deal of possibilities, since the number of scientific investigations in this field is limited. Undoubtedly, in addition to their common European cultural roots, both the Portuguese and Hungarians have their own very specific way of reasoning. In 2022, in this meeting room, I made my first attempt to draw parallels between these two pre-emergical words, which are distant geographically and linguistically. This year, I continue this trend in order to showcase similarities and differences in the folk wisdom of the two nations, examining proverbs with component bread, a popular subject among paremologists. In the introduction to the collection of proverbs of all nations on bread and baking, Dmitry Vujadonovich writes, "Bread is one of man's greatest discoveries. It's his basic food, but bread is not only food. It is one of the most omnipresent symbols in the ethnology, cultures, and religions. Bread is a symbol of hope, of honest toil, and of general wealth and well-being. Rituals involving bread follow man through life, from his birth to his death. It is mentioned not only in many toasts, sayings, games, and oaths, but also in curses and imprecations." His opinion is echoed by the researchers studying parallels between the Russian and Italian proverbs on bread. Since ancient times, bread has been the main food product in agricultural cultures. The image of bread was filled with sacred and symbolic meanings. With the advent of Christianity, bread becomes a sacred product to the highest degree. It embodies the body of Christ. Bread represents material and spiritual well-being, means of subsistence, a necessary source for human development. Bread is the result of human labor and an indicator of harmonious relationship between man and the earth. At the base of our research, we used o livro dos Provérbios portugueses, the book of Portuguese Proverbs, da Costa, and the Magyar Közmondások Nagy Szótánet, the big dictionary of Hungarian proverbs of Anna Litovkina. Our first basic observation was that the number of Portuguese proverbs with component bread surpasses many times that of Hungarian proverbs. Our compilation from the above-mentioned Portuguese dictionary includes about 90 proverbs, while those Hungarians are only 17. Certainly, there is no chance to draw parallels between all of those proverbs. For instance, those containing health advice like "Pau quente faz mal ao ventre," "hot bread is bad for your stomach," or specific national cuisine, queijo, pau e pera, comer de cavaleiro, cheese, bread, and beer, eating as a knight. In more cases, the same message is expressed by different imagery in Portuguese and Hungarian. But even in case proverbs use different imagery, the same component bread often appears as a means of argumentation. Within the frameworks of this presentation, we give some examples, only some examples, of parallels between Portuguese and Hungarian proverbs with component bread. In my first example, bread is a synonym of livelihood. Bread is eaten everywhere, says the Portuguese proverb. The Hungarian one says that white bread is eaten also elsewhere. But if you want to try your luck elsewhere, somewhere in another place, you must be willing to tolerate the rules and the lifestyle of that certain elsewhere. Tal terra andar, tal pau manjar. Such land to go, such bread to eat. Hungarian proverb, I will not read out the Hungarian. Whose bread you eat, his music you play, or his song you blow. Another translation. And life in a foreign land can be hard. Both Portuguese and Hungarian proverbs emphasize that dependence on someone else's mercy, and which is hard. Pau alheio caro custa. Other people's bread costs expensive. Says Portuguese proverb. Hungarian one says, other people's bread is bitter. In need, a person must be satisfied with what he has. Now, tempauado come duralo. Whoever does not have white bread, it's washy. I consulted this word washy with Anita. This translation maybe is not correct, and I would be grateful to my Portuguese-speaking colleagues to better understand this word halo. Halo, what does it mean? Anita advises like a watery or wishy-washy, so it's not a dense, not a rich food. In Hungarian, we say, if there is no cake, bread is also good. In these proverbs, we see the contrast between quality food and poor food. Quality, pau alvo, versus comer duralo in Portuguese, and collage cake versus bread in Hungarian proverb. The lack of food, the hunger, elevates the value of bread. É bom o pau duro quanto não há nenhum. Hard bread is good when there is none. And in Hungarian, a crust of bread is also sweet for someone who is hungry. The shortage in bread causes conflicts. Na casa em quem falta o pau, todos gritam, and em game tem razão. I think somebody already quoted this proverb. In this house where is a lack of bread, everyone screams, and no one is right. In the Hungarian one, without wine, wine and bread, love grows cold. At the same time, abundant food cannot replace the lack of harmony. Antes pau seco com amor do que galinha com dor. Better dry bread with love than chicken with pain. And in Hungarian, better dry bread with peace than a fatted calf with strife. Haja pau é satisfação, let there be bread and satisfaction. And in Hungarian, there will be grapes, there will be salt bread. These proverbs declare the desire for a happy future when bread and grapes as a symbol of wine ensure the serene existence. But there is a Portuguese proverb, my preferred, with a similar set of images that carries a stronger message and can be considered a symbol of Holy Eucharist. Pau é vinho e parte no paraíso. Bread and wine and part in paradise. In the next proverbs, bread is a symbol of charge or mission to be fulfilled, as the bread means must be chewed. A pau duro, dente aguda. For hard bread, sharp tooth. Hungarian proverb using very similar wording looks at the same argument from the opposite direction. That is, a man needs means to survive. God, you gave me teeth, then give me bread too. There are also several Hungarian parallels with different imagery to Portuguese proverbs. So Hungarian proverbs have no component bread, but Portuguese proverbs have that component. Bom grão fará bom pau. Good grain will make good bread, said the Portuguese proverb, and the Hungarian one says, he who sows good seeds expects a good harvest. This is not a literal parallel, but the same agricultural imagery is used figuratively to express the expectation of a good return on a valuable investment. The following pair calls for expressing your opinion clearly and honestly. Chama vinho ao vinho, e pau ao pau, e todos te entenderão. Call wine wine and bread bread, and everyone will understand you. In Hungarian, the child must be named by his name. Pava shadow nautem dono. Found bread has no owner. Hungarian one, shit harm has no master. Both proverbs have the same grammatical structure, and in their second part, word by word, express the absence of owner of something. But despite this, the crucial difference is in their evaluative connotation, in the quality of the subject to be owned and in the willingness to own it. While bread in the Portuguese proverb is always welcome, nobody is willing to be owner of the negative and disgusting things mentioned in the Hungarian proverb. When something goes wrong, there is usually no one who accepts that he caused it or that he is responsible. Here we have a proverbial parallel to the Portuguese proverbs on envy, with component bread. Pau do vizinho sabe mais bocadinho. Neighbor's bread tastes a little better. Pau alheio tem bom gosto. Other people's bread has a good taste. In Hungarian, I think it's an international proverb, the neighbor's meadow is always greener. We can continue this line with proverbs on human greediness and willingness to act against rules. Let's just think at the original sin. Pau proibido abre o apetite. Forbidden bread whets the appetite. In Hungarian, forbidden fruit is sweeter. This is the illustration to this proverb. The next slide is this pair of proverbs describe the case of false friendship based on mercantile interest. The concept of interest in Portuguese proverb is expressed by bread. In Hungarian proverb, more widely by generous, fat, hospitality. Pau comeste, companhia desfeita. The bread is eaten, the company is broken. In Hungarian, friendship lasts as long as the kitchen is fat. Tale o pau, tale sopa. Such is the bread, such is the soap, said the Portuguese proverb. The Hungarian one says the cheap meat yields dilute soup. Both proverbs in this parallel use the imagery of cooking, more specifically soap. And their message is similar. The quality of the input or product influences the final result, where the Portuguese proverbs leaves open the question of the result, which may even be positive. In the Hungarian proverbs, we see more definite negative indication as cheap, dilute. Un pão no mato dá para quatro. A loaf of bread in the woods is enough for four, said the Portuguese proverb. And the Hungarian one says, many good people can find room in a small space. Both proverbs, each by its own articulate images, reflects the idea of sharing and solidarity. Even with few resources, it is possible to share and ensure that everyone has some. Cooperation and generosity are important, especially in situations of need. And conclusions. Analyzing in the dictionaries Portuguese proverbs with component bread and Hungarian parallels to them, we can see that this layer of the paramogical law differs significantly in these two languages. The number of proverbs with this component is much more substantial in the Portuguese. The component bread signifies not only bread itself as the most important agricultural and nutritional product, but it is also used as a symbol of well-being, of poverty, labor, basic needs, and faith. While emphasizing linguistic and cultural differences between Hungary and Portugal, we can still find various parallels in the proverbs of both nations, expressing universal human reason and wisdom. Thank you for your attention. That's all.
Thank you, Irina. We now have time for some questions.
Or maybe remarks regarding my understanding of the Portuguese proverbs, because sometimes it was difficult to understand, especially that the bread in the forest is good. I had to contact the professors of Portuguese language to better understand the meaning, for example. And another one, this taleo pauta, taleo sopa, it was also difficult to understand because it's very, very specific Portuguese proverb. What do you think about? Is my understanding correct? This is my question.
Yes, I think it's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Any questions? Well, I will pose one. Is there any parallel in Hungarian for pão, pão, queijo, queijo? It's interesting because it has no verb in Portuguese.
Pão, pão, queijo, queijo. What does it mean?
That means what is true is true. What is not true is not true.
There is a Hungarian expression, fixed expression. It's not a proverb. Amigos, amigos, which what is true, it is true. It's a fixed expression, but it's not a proverb. And another problem that I experienced during this research was the absence of the context on internet, because, you know, the better understanding of a proverb or winged expression is when you see it within a context. In Portuguese internet, you can find a lot of lists of proverbs on bread, proverbs on this, but no expressions, politicians, articles, books. And it was quite difficult for me to find the exact understanding of a given proverb. Maybe I don't know to whom can I address this request or wish. It would be good to have some book with the explanation of the proverbs, not only the list. The Portuguese people understand it, but for foreigners it's quite difficult. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So now we proceed to the diploma ceremony. I'm calling Katerina. Marco is not here, and Marcelina and Irina.
Please pay attention.
Por favor, acabamos os trabalhos.